All right. Hello, everyone. I'm sorry I couldn't be there in real life. I can actually even safely say that because I doubt if the weather there is any worse than what it is in Billings. So it would be just as fine to be trapped in a winter storm at Sid or at Culbertson as it is here at Billings. As it is, we will make the best of it, try to make it work here. And so I'll tell you right now, I'm probably a lot more interesting in real life than I am on a webinar, but I'll try to keep this as lively as possible in this format. So the way the day is going to run, I'm going to do an opening presentation here. That'll probably be hour 15, hour and a half, something like that. We'll take a break at that point. We'll start another one, run up to lunchtime. We're going to take a break for lunch, resume after we've all stuffed our bellies, and I'll try not to doze off after lunch. And you guys try not to do the same. And then as far as questions and answers go at the end of each session, I would like to have some interaction, and we'll do some Q&A. If you want to put a question into the chat thread for those of you who are following this online, that would be fine. For those of you in the building, we'll do a live Q&A. So I'm going to go to share my screen, and we will start on this first presentation here. And hopefully you actually see a presentation up there. And it says 7 things I've learned over the last 40 years of grazing practice. Now, I think the first time I gave this particular talk last year or something, the MC of the program there said that my career had spanned 6 decades. I'm only 66 years old, and I thought, what the heck is this guy saying? And I didn't start this when I was 5 or 6 years old. So I did start doing grazing when I was in graduate school in the 1970s. And then we had the 80s, the 90s, the 2000s, the 2010s, and here we are in the 2020s. So he wasn't lying when he said that my career had spanned 6 decades, but I've really only been doing this a little over 40 years. So the 7 things I'm going to go through are kind of an opening to philosophically how I view the world of grazing and ranching. And we're going to follow up on several of these over the remainder of the day. But let's start with this one right here. Why time matters more than space. And one thing you'll get tired of hearing me say today is, when I was in school in the 1970s, but when I was in school in the 1970s, everything that was taught about grazing management was basically just stocking rate and spatially based. And the idea is you got this piece of pasture or range land, and you put so many animals out there and you leave them till it's gone. And they said that was the best you could do in grazing management. So that's where my education was. And none of my classes in either undergrad or graduate school did any instructor ever really talk about time as a significant component of grazing management. I'm going to talk about why I believe that time matters more than space. When we think of a grazing cycle, there's 2 periods of time. There's the grazing period. That is when the pasture is actually being exposed to grazing animals. And then we have the recovery period. That's the time when our livestock is not on, that pasture or range unit. Now, I want to think about each of these. If we think about what's going on in the grazing period regarding plants and soils, it's mostly negative. So when we put livestock into a pasture, what do? They start eating leaves. Why do they eat leaves? Because leaves are the tastiest part of the plant. It's where the highest available energy is, the highest protein, bioavailable minerals. All of that is in the leaves. Now, the leaves are where photosynthesis takes place, and that's the energy source, of course, for the plants. So as soon as livestock begin eating leaves off of the pasture, photosynthesis is being reduced. Now, because the top of the plant is hooked to the roots, the bottom of the plant, we know that the root is reliant on energy from the above part of the plant through photosynthesis. It flows to the roots. So if we reduce photosynthesis on the top of the plant, the root system is also going to contract. As we reduce the amount of energy flowing through the plant to the roots, we also stop or greatly reduce the direct flow of carbohydrate energy to the soil microbes. Now, this is mostly new science of the last 15 to 20 years, the broadening understanding of how higher plants directly interact with soil microbes on a daily basis. The one positive thing that happens during the grazing period is we have nutrients being returned to the soil. Now, something that I didn't mention also is if we're thinking about soil compaction, compaction is the product of the soil type, the soil moisture, and then physical force or physical pressure being applied to the soil. And in the case of grazing, the physical pressure is the animal's hooves hitting the ground. So if we are going to have compaction, soil compaction develop in a pasture, that also is going to happen during the grazing period. So mostly negative things are happening during the grazing period. And that's why fundamentally we want to reduce the number of days that negative things are happening to the plants and soil. And that's why we make grazing periods shorter, is to reduce the number of days that bad things are happening. Now, also, the shorter the grazing period is, the longer each recovery period can be. So these, work hand in hand. Shorter grazing periods give us longer recovery periods. And that's a good thing because during the grazing period, mostly positive things happen. We take the animals away, leaves start to regrow. So photosynthesis begins to increase, and it will increase up to a point, and we'll talk about that point later on in the second session. Once we resume energy flow at energy creation at the top of the plant, then we have greater energy flow to the roots, so we can begin expanding the root system again. The direct transfer of energy to soil microorganisms is resumed. So all the positive factors that we will talk about a little bit later, all the positive things related to soil biology start to increase. Nutrients are being released from the feces. So those are all positive things, and they all happen during the recovery period. Now, the recovery period can be too short. It can be too long. What we're trying to do is optimize the length of recovery to give us the highest level of photosynthesis taking place through the growing season as possible. This figure here is really interesting from the standpoint of showing that if the only benefit of rotational grazing were expanding recovery time, that 90% of the benefit happens with the first 10 pastures. As a matter of fact, 3/4 of it happens with the first 4 pastures. So we have this question of why would we want to subdivide beyond 10 paddocks? And the answer to that lies in all the other benefits that are associated with shorter grazing periods and ultimately longer recovery periods. And they're listed here. These are the things you commonly, hear from proponents of time-controlled grazing, of why we want to make grazing periods shorter. it's really comes down to the more tightly you control grazing, the greater flexibility you have in all other aspects of your ranch operation. And again, those are things we'll talk about as we move through the day. We hear the terms overstocking and overgrazing, and some people use them interchangeably, but they mean two very different things. Anti-grazing people, anti-cattle people on public land are really bad for conflating what these things mean. So overstocking is having more animals than the resource will bear. It is a ranch-wide problem, and it is an issue that can only be solved by reducing animal numbers. Overgrazing, on the other hand, that happens when a animal is able to bite a plant that's in a negative carbohydrate balance. And in the next section, I'll talk more about what that means as a negative carbohydrate balance. But it happens one plant at a time. Overgrazing can occur in pastures that's understocked. And very often, that's where we actually see it. We have what appears to be a healthy, vigorous grassland, but when we look closer, we see that the most desirable plants are vanishing out of the plant community. And it's because with light grazing or low stocking rates, the animals have the opportunity to select only the very best plants in the pasture. So those ones are overgrazed, disappear from the community. Less desirable plants are untouched, and they come to dominate the plant community. There's two ways this overgrazing happens, and I want you to note, both of them are functions of time. They are not functions of animal number. Overstocking is a function of animal numbers. Overgrazing is a failure to effectively manage time. So the two ways this happens is staying on a pasture too long, and as new regrowth is coming, the animals are selectively grazing that new regrowth rather than eating rank old stuff. The other way is you may have removed animals from a pasture, but then you allow them back on that same pasture before the plants are fully recovered. And a very common question is, well, what does it mean for a plant to be fully recovered? And in the next section, we will talk very specifically and in detail about what full recovery really means. So again, emphasize that managing time is more important than just managing space. And the final session of the day is going to be the why and how of subdividing pastures. And I emphasize, do not think about just making smaller areas. Think about reducing the number of time. We are creating smaller and smaller increments of time so that we minimize the negative effects on the pasture and we optimize the recovery period to maximize the positive aspects of it. There's a couple illustrations here that I want to put in as illustrations of time management. Now, broom sedge is not a plant that grows in eastern Montana or in the western Dakotas. It's more south of Interstate 80. It's where you would see this broom sedge. It is it's a native blue stem. It's in the same genus as big blue stem, sand blue stem, those plants, but it is a low palatability, low quality plant. And this picture is in Missouri. And the general perception is cattle will never eat broom sedge. And what we see in this picture is the impact of time-controlled management on broom sedge utilization. On the right side of the fence, that looked just like the left side of the fence 2 days ago. This is winter grazing stockpiled pasture. Now there is some green forage, tall fescue mixed in with that broom sedge, but this is 600 cows put on an 8-acre piece for 24 hours and basically complete utilization of a very undesirable species. You do this for several years, and the competitive advantage of that undesirable species goes away. So we can think about plants like cheatgrass, knapweed that we do have here in the West, that we can accomplish the same thing with time-controlled grazing with those. Now, this picture is from Montana. It's from the western side of the state, not the eastern side of the state. But this is meadows that used to be made into hay and hay fed all winter. And the owner of this ranch arrived at the conclusion about 10 years ago that he could no longer afford to make hay and said what to do about it. And I said, well, just leave it standing and we'll graze it. And so this is rationing out over 2 tons of forage that historically had been cut for hay that is now being harvested directly by these cows. 800 cows on 6 acres. So that's about 135 cows to the acre per day. They move that electric fence every day and they just ration that out. They went, when they made hay on this place, they could winter 800 cows feeding hay for 4 months. They now winter over 1,000 cows on it, making no hay, and they do it for almost 5 months. So that's the power of management that is based on time, not just space. The next thing that I've learned is that healthy soil is the foundation of ranching. Some people think that their cow herd is the foundation of ranching. The more I get involved with this, the less and less I believe things like that. So what exactly constitutes healthy soil? There's 3 components of soil quality and health that we normally think about. And this is going to be kind of chronological in time. If we look at the first half of the 20th century, so from 1900 to 1950, this is really where the focus of soil science was. And by the way, the term soil health really did not come into common use until the 1990s. Soil quality is something that was discussed much more through most of the 20th century. So on the chemical composition side of this, 2 aspects we think about. One is called the sufficiency level, and that's simply, is there enough of this mineral or this nutrient available in the soil? And then the other one is the balance of minerals. We do know that if there are excessively high amounts of a particular mineral in the soil, it can actually make other minerals less available, or certainly not taken up by plants to the extent that they need to be. So as I said, we spent the first half of the 20th century kind of focused on this. And then the second half of the 20th century, we got much more into the physical structure of soil. And we learned a lot more about the importance of aeration in the soil, the danger of compaction. We learned a lot more about hydrology, about the water movement in soils, the water holding capacity of soils, what we could do to enhance these factors. So the second half of the 20th century, I would really call the soil physics era. Now, again, when I was in school in the 70s, I think I had three courses in soil chemistry and fertility. 3 courses in either soil physics or hydrology. And that brings us to the third component of the soil, and that's the biological side. Now, I had 1 course in soil microbiology, and I remember 2 things from that course. One was that nitrogen fixation is a wonderful thing, and it's done by microbes. And the other thing I learned is that, so I grew up in Illinois as a crop farmer, and I went to University of Illinois, and I learned that Illinois would be buried under 40 foot of corn stalks if it wasn't for microbes degrading corn stalks. And that's about all we talked about. That's all I can remember from soil biology of the 1970s. Now, since the turn to the 21st century, soil biology is the fastest growing aspect of soil science there is. And to me, it is by far the most exciting and interesting part of soil science. And what we've learned in the last 20 years is that what goes on below ground, under our feet, what we don't see, is hugely important to the function and profitability of our farms and ranches. And so on the biology side of it, we're going to be looking at the types of organisms that are there, the diversity of those microorganisms, what is the function of those organisms, do we have a population of microbes doing all the jobs that should happen in the soil, and if we don't, what are we going to do about it? And then a term that's become increasingly put forward in the conversation about soil health is soil microbial biomass. We basically have dead organic matter and we have living organic matter. Dead organic matter is the humic acid and humus, things like that, that is the product, the long-term product of the relationship between soil microbes, higher plants. But what we've learned, more importantly, is the living part of the organic matter. And so that's what soil microbial biomass is. It is the measure of how much of what we measure as organic matter is actually living microbes. And that's what is important to manage for, is living microbes in the soil. And it doesn't matter whether we're talking about desert, rangeland, alpine range, irrigated pasture, high natural rainfall environments. Functional soil biology drives the health and productivity of all of those grazing lands. So it's an important thing to be aware of, an important thing to start managing for. Again, when I was in school in the 1970s, they talked about soil quality in terms of being a 3-legged stool. And for a 3-legged stool, you have to have 3 equal length legs, otherwise the thing doesn't stand up. And so they say, view the farm as sitting on top of this stool. It's soil quality. And those legs, of course, are the physical, chemical, and biological components of the soil. And even though the lip service was, we have to keep physics, biology, chemistry in balance, the truth of the matter is, repeatedly, what we have done for the last 50, 70 years in industrialized agriculture is shorten the biological leg, and that puts everything out of kilter. And so we have tried to cure the lack of functional soil biology by applying more chemicals, making more physical modifications to the soil. And what we have done is just put the tilt worse and worse and worse. Now, this is two statements in a scientific publication, CSIRO, That's the Australian equivalent of USDA ARS, Agriculture Research Service. So this paper in 2007, that was just 15 years ago. This was the first paper published that I'm aware of that really visited functional biology in different agricultural systems. So this top comment, the soils under native remnant vegetation had significantly higher microbial diversity than other systems, followed by pasture-based systems. The lowest diversity was found in crop paddocks. That was wheat and barley. Now, USDA ARS at Kimberly, Idaho, has done real similar work looking at our native sagebrush grasslands compared to conservation tillage on irrigated and dry land, irrigated pasture, and irrigated conventionally farmed land. And one of the really shocking things is that typically there's more functional biology in the sagebrush grasslands than there is under any of our crop farming systems. Now, they did not compare no-till with cover crops in that particular study because it really wasn't a thing yet when they did this study. But it just blows my mind when we think about the low productivity of the desert rangeland, that it still has more functional biology than anything that our farming systems generate. And then the second statement here is, in low fertility soils, microbial diversity and biological activity depends on the quantity and quality of carbon input from plants. The way we used to view the relationship of plants and microbes and nutrient cycling was plants grow up, they die, then microbes take dead plants and put nutrients back available in the soil pool. Now we know that it is the direct living linkage of soil biology to the roots of living plants that really drives that whole nutrient flow. So it's, science is not static. It does change, and nowhere's that change happening faster than understanding soil biology. So back in elementary school, I think we all first learned about photosynthesis, maybe when we're in the 4th grade or 5th grade or something. And we know that in the process of photosynthesis, we take water from the soil, carbon dioxide from the air, solar energy enters the chloroplasts in the leaves, and boom, it makes sugar. And so we've all been aware of this for a long, long time. We've all been aware that the top of the plant feeds the roots of the plant by sending energy down there. Again, what the new science says is within 48 hours of a sugar being created through photosynthesis, 30 to 60% of the plant's photosynthetic production is already being fed out into the soil to soil microbes. Now, if you do not have functional biology, no, that doesn't happen. It also means your plants don't grow near as well because they're burning that energy in the absence of biology that can support the other functionality of the plant. And so it's kind of a wasted effort. So we've thrown away the stool now as a illustration of the relationship between chemistry, physics, and biology. And the way it's being presented now is as a pyramid with the biological functionality of the soil as the foundation, because biology modifies the physical structure of the soil and water relationships, and biology is what mediates the chemical availability, the mineral cycles within the soil. And we have, through, again, 50 to 70 years of industrial agriculture, we have inverted that pyramid, and we have poured more and more and more money into lime and fertilizer and chemical amendments of the soil because we don't have functional biology. We have tried to do different tillage tools to create better physical structure in the soil, and none of them work. They all fail in improving physical structure. They all actually damage physical structure. I think a place like Iowa is really interesting, where they've underlaid all that farmland with tile drainage to get rid of the water, and then they put center pivots on top of it to put water back on. You look at the thousands and thousands of dollars per acre that are spent in modifying chemical and physical aspects of the soil, when the reality is, if we made an investment in biology, and maybe that's just an intellectual investment in understanding the soil and managing for functional biology, we could save ourselves a whole lot of dollars. So the product, what we want the product of soil health to be, is excellent pasture. And so if we think about what is excellent pasture, this is the way I describe it. It's high in energy, adequate in protein. Now, up where you folks are in Northeast Montana, that is primarily a cool season grass environment. Yeah, there's probably some warm season prairie grasses that are present there, but it is a cool season dominant environment. And cool season environments typically are nitrogen rich environments. Warm season environments are nitrogen poor environments. And that's why I say adequate in protein. Generally, a cool season pasture is going to have adequate protein in and will not require supplementation. Yeah, grazing some winter stockpiled cool season forages, you can benefit from protein supplementation, but it may not be as necessary as we think. The necessity for protein supplement on most pastures is due to a failure in grazing management, not to a fundamental weakness in the pasture itself. Mineral rich. The way we get mineral rich pastures is twofold: through functional biology, and then the fourth item on the list here is species diversity. Functional biology and species diversity go hand in hand. The broader your plant community above ground, the broader the root system below ground, and the more functional biology that is created. As we increase functional biology, the mineral availabilities in the soil improve, so that diversity of plant species we have above ground has a broader spectrum of bioavailable minerals in it. And then the last two factors here, palatable. Palatable means the animals want to eat it. And that's a twofold thing that includes, yes, it just tastes better, but also it's the metabolic feedback they get from eating particular plants. And then the last one is durable. Some of you probably operate strictly on native grasslands. Some of you have seeded grasslands. I'm not sure if there's anyone who's watching this that actually has irrigated pastures. But anytime we get into non-native species, whether it's dry land or irrigated, reseeding a pasture is an expensive proposition. And these days, with the seed shortages, the high price of seed, it's even more expensive. And so it's not something we want to do every few years, is reseeding a pasture. We want it to be durable. We want it to be out there year after year after year. None of this stuff just happens. We create it. You know, good pasture is nature's product. Excellent pasture, we got to nudge Mother Nature a little bit to get exactly what we want and need there. So we strive to create it. And then the ways or the process of creating that excellent pasture, we start thinking in terms of maximizing photosynthesis. Now, you will almost never hear me use the maximize word. In most agricultural aspects, we are just always thinking optimize, optimize, optimize. Maximize is a word I use basically only in association with photosynthesis. I have yet to figure out what the downside of maximizing photosynthesis might be. So this is something you can focus on, maximize photosynthesis. We want to create biodiversity above and below ground. I've already talked about the importance of that. We're trying to optimize energy flow to the soil. We want to create more living organic matter. That's that SMB, soil microbial biomass. If we do these things, it's going to enhance the water cycle. It's going to enhance nutrient cycles. So those are objectives. And the strategies that we use to get there, number one, use short grazing periods. Why? Because mostly negative things are happening in that grazing period. We want to leave appropriate residual behind. And residual, if you don't know the proper definition, that is the green living plant material left behind after grazing. If it's brown and dead, it's residue. If it's green and living, it's residual. We want to allow adequate recovery, broaden biodiversity, and all of those things are going to work together to strengthen soil health. And these are our strategies for creating excellent pasture and rangeland. I want to contrast physics and biology here for a moment. Physics is a very predictable science. There are firm laws of physics, just as an illustration. For every action, there's an opposite and equal reaction. We do, little experiments in high school physics class, and it doesn't matter what state you're in, what country you're in. None of that matters because they always happen the same way, because there are laws of physics. Biology is different. This is the guiding force of biology. For every action, there is a multidimensional effect and a multi-directional reaction. It is that eternal ripple effect. Just as the environment shapes the organisms that live within it, the organism within that environment is constantly reshaping the environment. Some of you probably don't even like the evolution word. I use it regularly because it is happening regularly. Evolution is not something that happened way back in the past and was a one-time event. Evolution is an ongoing process. And part of that process is the organisms living within the environment reshape that environment. And there's no greater illustration of this than the human being, Homo sapiens. We have been agriculturally modifying the environment for tens of thousands of years. From the first time that a person on a grassland let fire get away and burn an area, they saw that where they burned, the game came in and hunting was easier. They found 8,000 to 10,000 years ago that you could pick seeds off of a grass plant. And if you picked the larger ones, you would get a larger plant back out. We have been carrying seeds across continents for thousands of years. We have been changing the environment. And as we change that environment, it changes us. So come to this one here. How would we know killing parasites on the backs of cattle would affect the soil phosphorus cycle? I say, why did we think that it wouldn't? Because biologically, everything is hooked together. So here we have Ivomec. And some of you, and maybe there's people out there who use Ivomec to treat their COVID symptoms. I know firsthand, at least a dozen people who used ivermectin, and generally their response was in 12 to 48 hours, they got better. I know, 30 other secondhand accounts of, hey, Bob used Ivomec to treat his COVID. You know why I was so ready to believe that ivermectin could treat COVID? Because the list of non-target organisms that ivermectin negatively affects is over 1,200 now. You know, it's there to kill intestinal worms. It's there to kill flies. But there's over 1,200 other animal species that have been shown to be negatively affected by ivermectin. Why the hell wouldn't it kill COVID? One of the first critters that was shown to be negatively affected by ivermectin was the dung beetle. Oh, I shouldn't say the dung beetle. In North America, there's 290 some known beetle species that are classified as dung beetles. Now, most of these are not the big glamorous, you know, ball of poop rollers, tumblebugs, or, you know, big size of your thumb dung beetles. Most of them are quite small, the size of a pencil eraser or just the lead of a pencil. But they work to process manure, not just from beef cattle, but from deer, from elk, from bear, from birds. 290 different beetle species work on a whole wide array of fecal matter. And they're an important part of the environment. But in many areas, they are largely gone because of the use of pharmaceuticals. So to me, the question to ask when we're dealing with parasites is, why do the cattle have parasites? You don't see a lot of elk and deer, antelope running around that are wormy. They have a tolerance level. Most of the ones that were highly susceptible to parasites died a long time ago. Now, if we put some kind of stress on those animals, wild animals, our livestock, we will start to see more parasites showing up. The simple reason is you will always get what you manage for. If your livestock chronically have parasites, you need to be looking at what is the management practices that you are using that's creating the opportunity for them to be infected with parasites. I know many, many serious grazers who haven't dewormed an animal in 10, 15, 20 years. And it's because they manage differently. So if we look at this question of how do we bring soils back to life, the first one is you end tillage. They say, well, we'll starve to death if we don't till. In September, I was at a conference in the state of Tennessee, and I was shocked to learn, but very pleased to learn, that 90% of the cropland acres in Tennessee are now planted no-till. And we have many other states that are slowly progressing towards that. Farmers are learning that you can raise very productive, get high crop yields, very productive crops without tillage. Limit monoculture cropping. Eliminate insecticides. I have minimized herbicides. I'll come back to that in a moment. Judicious use of fertilizer. You know, there are some soil health purists who will say that, oh, fertilizer kills all your organisms. No, it doesn't. Anhydrous ammonia is a soil sterilant, and it will kill all of the living organisms within the pretty close to the injection zone. But usually within a week's time, that's getting repopulated. But there is a lot of excess fertilization going on. Now, with the high prices of fertilizer, a lot fewer people are interested in just throwing extra fertilizer on because it's money in the bank. Because for way too many of them, it's a loan from the bank. It is not money in the bank. Resume long crop rotations, increase plant species diversity, use livestock as soil inoculators. That one slide there, you know, I do I'm not going to do it today, but, you know, on a different program, when I'm working more with crop farmers, that one slide there is the outline of a 2-hour presentation. So I want you to think about this one. If you accept that the soil is a living, breathing organism, how can it possibly make sense to apply death to it? Think, herbicide rhymes with suicide, insecticide rhymes with homicide, fungicide rhymes with genocide, parasiticide rhymes with regicide. Side means death. And why would we want to put death directly into the jaws of the living, breathing soil, which is the foundation of our existence, health, and well-being on this planet? The sooner you can get pharmaceuticals out of your farming and ranching operation, the healthier the land and you will become. Now, here's an amazing thing. You'd have thought I'd learned this earlier in life, but water makes grass grow. Isn't that incredible? We talk about evapotranspiration, and I want to think about that for a minute. When we have ground that is covered with green growing plants, most of the water use is via transpiration. That's the metabolic use of water by the plant. And just, put it very simplistically, transpiration grows cow food. Evaporation is the direct water loss from the soil itself. Evaporation does not grow cow food. When we have dried out ground, brown plants, not green plants, we shift from most of our use being via transpiration to most of it being evaporated. And I said evaporation does not grow cow food or sheep feed or bison food or goat feed. It's we can eat, not we, because we can't eat that stuff. That's why we have ruminant animals, because they can't eat that brown stuff and give us a food product. It's not as good as if it were green, but it's still there. So the key to getting more water into the soil and storing more water in the soil is organic matter. So we're back once more to soil biology, and particularly functional living biology, soil microbial biomass. That's how we get more water living in the soil, stored in the soil. When we manage our grazing, time-controlled grazing, we're not only growing leaves back on our plants, we're building that organic matter below ground, and we're increasing our capacity to store water in the soil for future use. So I'm going to, I think, and maybe it's the next piece, I'm going to talk about carrying capacity. But carrying capacity, a lot of people think that they are really restricted by the environment that they live in because it just doesn't rain very much here. Yes, the environment sets the upper limit of carrying capacity, and that's largely based on the amount of water in that environment. But it is our management that determines how much of that capacity we're actually going to capture. Now, these two pictures here, yeah, this is irrigated pasture. The one on the left is the neighbor's pasture. It's 5 miles down the road from where we live, which, if you don't know, I live in central Idaho. But it's 5 miles. I don't live in a hotel in Billings. That's just where I happen to be hanging out today. So that one, 5 miles down the road, it's this time the picture was taken, it was wheel lines, not a pivot. It's now under different ownership, and it's a center pivot, not wheel lines. But, part of the whole idea of sprinkler irrigation is that you apply water at the rate that the soil can infiltrate and store it. You should not see water running on the surface of sprinkler irrigated land, yet there we are. That's a very dysfunctional water cycle. And as a product of that dysfunctional water cycle, those folks only harvesting 120 to 140 AUDs per acre. 5 miles up the road, we're harvesting 240 to 250 AUDs per acre. The neighbor on the left is only spatially managing his land. We are time-based in all of our management decisions, and that's why we have those two very different pictures of the result. Left hand is spatial management, right hand is time management. Fourth point, you can never have too much grass or money, but you can have too many cattle. So Bud Williams, hopefully some of you were able to attend either a Bud Williams stockman low stress livestock handling stockmanship school or one of his marketing schools. But one of the key things I learned from Bud Williams was this idea that on the ranch you have 3 inventories to manage. One of those is the livestock inventory, and Bud always emphasized you can very often have too many of these. You have the available feed inventory. You can never have too much available feed. And capital. You can never have too much capital. You know, I would rather have too much capital and go ahead and pay the government some taxes than I would prefer that to always being, cash flow restricted, no available cash, no flexibility. And flexibility is what it's all about. So again, we got those guys over there on the left going broke, overstocked and going broke. They're overstocked because of their management. We're carrying twice the number of livestock and we're appropriate stocked. So if you have excess grass, you always have opportunities. If you're overstocked, you always have challenges. Extra cash gives you flexibility, buy more livestock, lease more land, buy in feed. Hell, you could go to Vegas if you wanted to. This is one of the hardest ones for full-time ranchers to actually accept or understand. And that is ranching is a land-based business and livestock are only incidental. So that brings us back to this idea of a stocking rate and carrying capacity. Stocking rate is the number of animals or animal live weight assigned to a grazing unit on a seasonal basis. Stocking rate is our demand. Stocking rate is the demand that we are putting on the land. Carrying capacity, on the other hand, is the number of animals at which we consistently make a profit while maintaining or improving our resource base. That is the supply side of the equation. And one of the fundamental rules of grazing is match stocking rate to carrying capacity, both seasonally and annually. Once your stocking rate exceeds your carrying capacity, you have put yourself into that position that Bud Williams warned us against, that you've got too much livestock. And either you got to sell some of those livestock or you have to find additional feed. And finding additional feed will almost always come at a cost. And the question is it a cost that you can bear or is it a cost that you cannot bear? If we look at land rental rates today, if we look at the price of hay today, buying in additional feed generally is not going to be cost effective. Why does stocking rate matter? Guess what? The more animals you have, usually the greater your revenue stream is going to be. It's also a primary determinant of individual animal performance. And once you exceed optimal carrying capacity, higher stocking rates are actually going to start driving your revenue down because individual performance is going to suffer. The only time that individual animal performance really matters in profitability of ranching is if you are overstocked or on the cusp of being overstocked. As individual animal performance declines, production per acre increases up to a point. Now, this is generally illustrated by something that's called the Mott curves. Gerald Mott was an American pasture scientist. He worked kind of 1950 up till maybe 1990, but into the 1980s for sure. And Mott said, so on this graph here across the bottom axis, we have increasing stocking rate, and on the vertical, we have increasing performance. So the red line is gain per head, green line is gain per acre. And at low stocking rates, we can have high individual performance. And as long as we're getting that high individual performance, gain per acre goes up quite steadily. When individual performance starts declining because we put more animals out there and they've become competitive in their grazing, individual performance starts to fall off. But gain per acre will actually still continue to increase to a point. Now, Mott said that the point of optimum stocking was where those two lines cross. Mott was an agronomist, not an economist. Mott was wrong. If we look at whole ranch profitability, what we generally see is that net profit is actually optimized when we give up more individual animal performance, but we're still getting more production per acre. And this brings us back to the point that ranching is a land management business and livestock are only incidental. All you have to do is look at where most of our costs are located, other than the purchase cost of the livestock themselves. The vast majority of our costs are land-based costs. And so it's more important to be optimizing land performance than it is animal performance. In Ranching for Profit, and hopefully some of you have been to a Ranching for Profit school, they talk about the 3 secrets of profitability, which are reduce overheads, improve gross margin, accelerate the turnover rate. Now, I have done consulting work in 43 of the 50 states. And a lot of my consulting work involves looking at the financial situation of these farms and ranches. And when we look at itemized accounting, I see overcapitalization in equipment and facilities as one of the biggest ranch profitability killers there are. Most outfits just have too much stuff for the livestock on that ranch to pay for. And haying equipment is a big, big part of this. We also have typically low labor efficiency. And you can think about labor efficiency as how many animal units are managed for by each full-time employee. And if I was recently in Kentucky, spoke at a conference there, and we were looking at this very slide, and I knew that the state cow-calf extension specialist for Kentucky was in the room. And I asked him, how many cows should a mom and pop outfit be able to take care of? And he said 200 to 300. In a Western state, if I asked that question, the answer I got would probably be 500 to 600. When we look at our more successful clients in Western ranching situation, most of them are at 800 to 1,000 animal units per full-time employee. In Australia, the national standard is 1,500. The most profitable stations in Australia operate at about 3,000 animal units per full-time employee. They have a very different business model than what most American ranches have. So low labor efficiency, thus high labor cost per cow, is a fail point of many American ranches. And it's a basic situation of the rancher is working for the cows rather than the cows working for the rancher. The appropriate business model is every cow on the ranch is an employee. They are all doing their jobs. Next one is improved gross margin. And we're going to look at an example of, for those of you not familiar with calculating gross margin, what it really means. But the best way to improve your gross margin in ranching is to work with nature, not against nature. You spend a lot of money fighting Mother Nature, and that's a profit killer. Accelerate turnover rate. Don't get married to your cows. Another thing that I learned from Bud Williams was every day that you didn't sell something, you bought that something. So be willing to sell anything on any day. So the gross margin reminder, gross margin is the difference between the value of our product and the variable or operating cost to produce it. So if our income from a cow-calf pair, so that would be calf, and no, I didn't adjust this for today's prices. But if our gross income from a cow-calf pair, which is wean calf sales, her share of call cow and call bull sales, if that is $1,000 and it costs us $700 variable cost to carry a cow in a year, our gross margin is $300. In any manufacturing business, and yes, we are in a manufacturing business, we are manufacturing calves, we are manufacturing yearlings, we're manufacturing cows. But in any manufacturing business, our target should be to have a gross margin greater than 50%. So this ranch right here, because they're at 30% gross margin, their focus needs to be on cost reduction, not increased production. Another way I express this is if you're already losing $200 per cow, do you really want another 100 of them? It's probably not going to fix the problem. We can express gross margin several different ways. One is the whole ranch. So if we have a gross margin of $100,000 and it's a 1,000-acre ranch, we could just say, well, our gross margin is $100,000. If we run 200 head on that ranch, we could say our gross margin was $500 a head. That'd be pretty good. If it's 1,000 acres and we have a gross margin of 100,000, well, that's $100 an acre. The way that I actually usually end up expressing a gross margin is on a per AUD harvested basis. And why I do that, well, that's another hour's presentation that we're not doing today. But this is the first indication. If you do this on an enterprise by enterprise basis and you look at gross margin per AUD harvested, that's way to tell whether your cow-calf, your stocker, your finishing, your replacement heifer, which enterprise is it that's actually giving you the best return on your grazing resources. I like using the standard animal unit day because, well, I already explained, because it brings it down to that level. Yeah, I guess this one is the easiest thing to change about any ranch is the livestock on it. The hardest thing to change about a ranch is the climate that it's located in, the terrain that it's on, and the soil types that are there. That's the hard thing to change. Easiest thing, I mean, you could go out you could sell every cow in the place this week and tomorrow buy back something completely different. Is it always feasible and cost effective to do that? No, not necessarily. But I just want to make the point. It's the easiest thing to change about a ranch. It's the animals on it. The acres and their productivity is a harder thing to change. We can do that with management. But ultimately, my accounting comes down to what's our revenue flow per AUD, what are our costs per AUD, what is our gross margin per AUD. Now, this one's going to be very hard to see. There's only a few things in here that actually matters. This is one of the tools I use with clients to assess. It's an enterprise analysis. This is the output from it. But we're looking at 6 different possible enterprises on a ranch. Cow size is 1,400 pounds in this illustration. The red lines are the important lines. So this first red line is the seasonal equivalent animal unit day consumption. Even though we say you know, this pair, that this is a cow unit. Well, I went the wrong way. Let me back up. That 1,400 pound cow with calf at side for 7 months, they're actually consuming 550 animal unit days. If you want to put that on an animal unit month basis, that's at 18, I think 18 animal units. Yeah. Or excuse me, 18 animal unit months. It's 1.8 animal units. And if we look at the gross margin for this enterprise with their 1,400 pound cows, they have a negative gross margin. That says they're not even covering operating costs. There is nothing left to pay overheads. And I'm going to say that they are actually doing a conception to consumer grass-fed beef business. The gross margin on their finished steer is $2.13 per AUD. Now, we're going to look at an 1,150 pound cow and see how that changes that bottom line. Rather than consuming 550 AUDs per year, it's 450. We now have a positive gross margin, so we have at least something going to pay overheads. And look, dang it, look at that. We have more than doubled the value, the gross margin value per AUD in the finishing operation, because those animals are finishing at a lighter weight, earlier age, less cost going into them. So that's just an illustration of cow size. Now, some of you have probably seen this study from North Dakota State. So that's just right next door. Dr. Chris Ringwald, he's the one who did this work. And they sorted cows based on weight. And, you know, it's kind of sad that the smallest cow category is those under 1,300 pounds. The heaviest category was 1,600. And we have calf weaning weight, and the weaning weight is a percent of the dam's weight. And holy cow, the bigger the cow, the smaller the calf. And you think, how on earth can this be? Well, in this particular study, this was actually done in a drought year when there was limited feed supply, and that limited feed supply restricts milk production of the cow, but it also reduces what's available to the calves for them to individually graze. And so the bigger the cow, the smaller the calf was the outcome in this particular study. And there's study over the last 15, 20 years from all across the US. There's similar studies. Now, most of them do not show a smaller calf as the cow gets bigger, but what they show is a decreasingly a trend that the percent of body weight wean gets smaller and smaller and smaller as the cows get larger. So don't always count on a bigger cow giving a bigger calf. If we look at it from a feed efficiency standpoint, within academia, you can make the argument that a larger animal is actually metabolically more efficient than a smaller animal, and it is absolutely true. 0.08% as we go from that 1,300 to 1,600 pound cow. You know, on the ranch, that means absolutely nothing. We look at the amount of feed that these animals must eat, and it becomes a question of how many extra steps, how many extra bites, how many more calories every day does the big cow need to do to meet its intake needs. It just becomes physically difficult for a large cow to function in a rangeland environment. Now, here's the real feed efficiency point. And you can see that as the cows got bigger, the conversion of pounds of forage consumed per pound of calf produced, it gets, you know, poorer and poorer. It takes more feed to produce 1 pound of calf out of the big cow than it does a smaller calf. And if we look at the gain per acre, we see a steady decline in gain per acre as the cows get bigger. And remember, we're a land-based business, and it's return to land that's actually going to drive the profitability of the ranch. And so if we have less and less beef produced per acre, our odds of being profitable go steadily down. And there it is in a graph, if you prefer a graph to a table. So we have this just ongoing conflict between the cow-calf industry and the cattle feeders. In the most recent fed cattle report that I saw, the average slaughter weight, I think, was 1,383 pounds, I believe it was. So this is pretty close here. Choice grade cattle are going to basically be the equivalent weight of their dams when they're at mid-choice. So this says the average cow weight in America is somewhere between 1,350 and 1,400 pounds. Almost all the research of the last 20 years looking at cow size shows as soon as you get beyond 1,200 pounds, the decreasing feed efficiency, the decreasing output per acre gets worse and worse more quickly. So, yeah, cows are too big. I think everybody knows that these days. Bigger they are, the harder they fall. Here's another interesting concept in the beef industry. I had mentioned that conception to consumer grass-fed beef model. The closer you are to the end consumer, generally, the greater the gross margin and the profit potential of any enterprise is going to be. Part of the reason why cow-calf historically has been a little better than a break-even business is because it's the furthest away from the end consumer. If we look at the whole beef complex, the closer you get to the end consumer, usually the greater the profit potential is going to be. Next principle is focus on what you can control. And this is, again, how I view the world. There's only 4 necessary ingredients for making meat, milk, and fiber. That's carbon dioxide, solar energy, water, and soil minerals. Our role as grazing managers is not manipulating purchased inputs. It's balancing the ecosystem processes. And those 4 processes are solar energy flow, the water cycle, mineral cycle, and biodiversity. Some people call that community dynamics. Same thing. But these are the things that we can actually control and manage for. Excuse me. So that's where our focus needs to be. And the whole next section, after we take our break here in a few more minutes, is going to be on managing these 4 ecosystem processes. We need the right animal to be the factory, but remember, the easiest thing on any ranch to change is the animals that are on it. And then the last concept here is I will have no fear of wasting grass. And you might wonder what that's about. Well, if I was there in person, this would be the point that I would say, you know where you really showed up today, folks? It's a covert meeting of Overgrazers Anonymous. And in rehabilitation, we have mantras, things we say together to reinforce our ideals. And the first mantra of Overgrazers Anonymous is it takes grass to grow grass. For us to have productive grazing lands, we have to maintain the foundation of healthy grass. And this is how we do it. We need to always remember that grass feeds the grass feeds the soil, then grass can feed the livestock. If you go into your grazing lands and your mindset is just got to feed the cows, got to feed the cows, got to feed the cows, you will run out of grass and you will go broke. If you go in with the ideal that I'm going to take care of the grass, I'm going to build soil, man, the livestock just about come along for the ride. It's easy. Most of us, and it's a generational thing, we learned it from our parents, it's the fear of wasting grass. I took this picture at one of our client ranches in 2006. This was the first set of cattle that they did 100% grass finishing on and marketed. I think we had 288 heifers in that group. And I took it because I was there with the manager, and this was early on. You know, I'm trying to teach him grazing management for finishing high quality beef on pasture. And we were at this fence line, and he was of the view, you know, we ought to leave them there. There's really a lot of grass there. We don't want to waste that grass. And in finishing, the rule is if there's better quality feed on the other side of the fence, you move them. So rather than leaving them the other day, there another day, we have to learn the willingness to waste grass, to leave green leaves behind. Because when we leave those green leaves behind, we vastly improve the situation. This is what I'd call a phase 2 of cereal. That's about 4 or 5 inches grass left behind. That's good for the plants. It's good for the soil. It's good for the livestock. If we leave them, this is what we get. And this is bad for the plants, bad for the soil, bad for the livestock. And we'll explore this in greater depth in the next section. So that brings us to the third mantra of grazing, which is I will have no fear of wasting grass. We want it to look green where we're moving them off of. We don't want it to look brown and bare where we're moving them off of. We got to have a willingness to waste grass. Okay, so I regret that I'm not there in person. It's my deepest regret of the day. My second deepest regret of the day is I'm carrying 45 pounds of books in my checked bag. And I was hoping to sell them to you folks, but I'm not going to sell a book to anybody in this hotel in Billings, I'm pretty dang sure. So you can go to our website. These are the 4 books that I've written. We also have some of our how-to guides, the electric fence basics, stock water development, center pivot grazing. We sell books from other regenerative authors as well. So there's the book ad, and my contact information is there. You'll see it after every presentation. What I'm going to do now, I'm going to hand this, do the stop share. And do we have any questions at this point in time? Because I'm right on schedule. I said it'd be 10:15 or 10:30, and here it is at 10:15. So as I said, we're going to spend the next session both up till lunchtime and for a bit of time after lunch talking about these 4 ecosystem processes on which we're going to base our grazing management. This is a session that I try to have a lot of interaction with the crowd as we're going through it. We're obviously not going to do it that day, so I'm mostly just going to hit you with the punchlines. So as said before, the 4 necessary ingredients for making meat, milk, and fiber are carbon dioxide, solar energy, water, and soil minerals. I want to talk about each of these in a little bit more detail right now. So the first one on the list is carbon dioxide. And we hear a lot about carbon dioxide in the news. We know that there's a lot more up there than there was 150 years ago. And so 1870 is kind of a benchmark date. And I don't know if that's when they first started measuring carbon dioxide in the atmosphere or why that's the point that's used. Part of it, when we think about the Industrial Revolution, so the Industrial Revolution started, 1800 plus or minus. It slowly was increasing in Europe and in the US through the first half of the 19th century. And then about 1870 was when it's considered that the Industrial Revolution just really took off. And a few years later, industrial agriculture began kicking off too, with the invention of tractors and steam threshers and things like that. So in 1870, the carbon dioxide level in the atmosphere averaged about 270. In early 1970s, when we started thinking about things like the Clean Air Act and the Clean Water Act, in 1970, that carbon dioxide level had risen to about 300 parts per million. So over 100 years time span, it went up roughly 10%. And then from 1970 to 2020, in 2020, it's, in the 410, 415 part per million range. So it increased by about 33%, over 30% in a 50-year time period. And carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, you can't change it that much without having, some effects going on. And some people still dispute whether, there is human-induced climate change taking place. And some people want to argue that it's water vapor in the air, not carbon dioxide. Methane's a factor. Goes on and on and on. But carbon dioxide is the one that's been best tracked, and I do believe that it's making a difference. Now, carbon dioxide, as you'll recall, is one of the fundamental ingredients for photosynthesis. And as we get more carbon dioxide in the air, many plants actually become more productive because there's a greater availability of carbon dioxide. Now, from one day to the next, there is nothing we do through our management to change that amount of carbon dioxide in the air, to our benefit or our detriment. That's kind of what we have to work with, is that 412 parts per million, that's in the atmosphere right now. What is important, though, is every day we have the opportunity to take carbon dioxide out of the air and put more of it back into the soil. Each one of us in our grazing management decisions every day can affect this. And if every farmer and rancher in the world conscientiously thought about how am I impacting the carbon level of my soil and engaged in practices that enrich carbon in the soil, which good grazing management does, that no-till farming can do, especially with cover crops, we could very rapidly be moving some of this carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere back into the ground. It depends on the particular carbon model that you look at. Some carbon models completely ignore the role of soil degradation in contributing to that increased carbon dioxide level. And they also ignore the role that soil can play in sequestering carbon. Other models, would suggest that increase from 270 parts per million in 1870 to 400 plus in 2020s, that over half of that is not from fossil fuels. It is actually from soil degradation. In 2011, I remember reading a study then that suggested as much as 60 to 70% of the excess carbon in the atmosphere was attributable to soil degradation and not just to fossil fuels. So you can find all kinds of numbers there, but it's an important deal. Regardless of the CO2 level in the atmosphere and whether that is causing human-induced climate change or not, it is still in all of our best interest from a production and profitability standpoint to work towards incorporating more carbon back into our soils because the benefits are so great. So I think this is a goal of our grazing management, is incorporate more carbon into the soil, but we are not going to change on a daily basis through our grazing management how much carbon is available to the plants. These are some of the reasons why returning the carbon to the soil is important. More biological activity, broadened biodiversity, increases water holding capacity, mineral cycles, and overall benefits to environment and society. Now, the next one is solar energy. And this is where I view the land. Every time you buy an acre of land, or at least an acre of land, you get 43,560 square feet of solar panel. And our daily decisions on grazing management does change how much solar energy we can capture, because it's all based on how much leaf area we have available in the pasture. And we have very, very good opportunity to control that. So we need to be thinking about, how good is our solar panel? How much energy are we capturing? Now, if you look at this picture here, we see a lot of bare ground. And as we go through this, the next 3 hours on this theme, I'm going to be talking about both rangeland and pasture, contrasting differences and noting similarities. In a rangeland environment, yes, we strive to capture more solar energy, but water is always going to be the first factor limiting productivity, not solar energy capture. When we think about water, we think about it 2 different ways. There's stock water the animals need to drink. And in the last session of the day, we will talk a fair bit about stock water. But right now I'm thinking about the water that falls from the sky and makes plants grow. So an acre of land, not only is it a 43,560 square foot solar panel, it is also a 43,560 square foot catchment. It is a basin in which water is being poured. Well, for most of us, it doesn't exactly pour these days, but water's being added to it. And our everyday decisions in grazing management have a strong impact on how functional the water cycle is going to be on that land. So once again, every day, look at your land, think about, how could I capture additional water here that I'm not getting done right now? Soil minerals is the 4th ingredient. And, it's really hard to just take a picture of soil and have, hey, this is where your soil minerals are. But you know what? I look at a pile of cow manure, cow poop, and I see minerals. Now, conceptually, I see minerals. I don't see a little bit of calcium there. I don't see a little bit of phosphorus there. I don't see a little bit of zinc there. But conceptually, I see the flow of minerals. You buy an acre of land, you buy the nutrients that are in that soil. And surprisingly, for those of us who grew up in conventional farming and saw the steadily increasing need to apply more and more and more fertilizer every year to keep productivity up, it's a little bit hard to believe that all the nutrients we need are probably actually in that soil, if we had functional biology to make them available. It's a story that you hear time and time and time and time again from farmers and ranchers who switch from conventional farming and ranching to more regenerative approaches, who talk about how little fertilizer they use. And I have had that same life experience. When we were on our farm in Missouri from 1983 to 2004, there were only 3 occasions that we ever put nitrogen fertilizer on a pasture, and that was for very specific and targeted reasons. We started out using phosphorus, potassium, sulfur, boron fairly regularly, but as time went by, we used less and less and less of that. On the ranch in Idaho, where this picture is from, I don't own a ranch in Idaho. I manage 1 unit of a larger ranch in exchange for living on that property. But it's been 9 years since any commercial fertilizer has been added on that ranch there to the irrigated pastures. We rely on good grazing management and functional soil biology to take care of those nutrient needs. And a great thing about grazing livestock compared to harvesting hay and shipping it away or something is over 90% of what goes in the front end of a cow comes out the back end. And so the minerals that get harvested by grazing animals pretty well are just being put back out in the field. The key is, are they putting them where we need them and in a form that is going to be available to the plants to use? So this is the primary way that we create new wealth in ranching, is managing these resources. Now, you can be a terrible land manager, but very good at selling and buying livestock. And if you are good at, making proper purchases and sales, you can make good money ranching and degrade the land. Where we want everyone to be is making their land better, but also learning how to effectively sell and buy livestock. That's not a course that I teach, but I've got several associates and colleagues who do teach those courses on marketing, selling and buying and marketing. All right, but so we're going to focus now on these resources. And you already saw this slide before, that it's not about manipulating purchased inputs, it's about managing ecosystem processes. We do have to have the right animal to be our converter, to take the grass and browse that we grow and turn it into a saleable product. So we're going to start out by building a better solar panel. So these concepts we've already talked about, we're going to go in a much deeper dive on them. Bare soil is not a good solar panel. Mature brown plants aren't a good solar panel. Green growing leaves is what carries out photosynthesis and creates our feed resources. Now, in the high natural rainfall environment of the eastern half of the U.S., this just, happens magically by rainfall coming out of the sky. In irrigated pastures, as long as we have a good water right and the sources there, we have the opportunity to create green growing leaves over an extended period of time. In the rangeland setting, however, we have a much more limited time period in which we can grow this feed. But then we try to stretch it out and feed it out over a much longer period of time. The grazing season and growing season are two different things. So I'm not exactly sure, out on the eastern edge of Montana, when your grass starts growing, when it stops, because we live in at 6,000 feet in a mountain valley, and our total annual precipitation where we live, historic average is 7.88 inches. Most of that comes in April, May, June. And so that's what our growing season is on rangeland is really limited to. It's a 60 to 75 day period in spring and very early summer. As we move up on to the mountains, the growing season actually becomes shorter as we move to a higher elevation. So the window of time and the window of use are much more restricted there. The point I'm going to make here with rangeland is we have one shot a year of growing, our feed supply that's got to last us in some cases for 12 months of the year. For some people, it's just a 2 or 3 months longer than what that growing season is. But water's the restrictive factor there. Very often when we are talking about grass growth and grazing management, we use the concept of 3 phases of growth. And these are very cleverly called phase 1, 2, and phase 3. So in phase 1, we have a limited amount of leaf area. And so there's limited photosynthesis. Limited photosynthesis means we have very slow growth. At some point, we get to a critical mass of leaf area where they will start growing much faster, produce more leaves, and we get into the explosive growth phase, and that's phase 2. We go through phase 2, and certainly in the spring of the year, when cool season grasses want to produce a seed head, they're going to start elongating a stem. Seed heads are going to emerge. And when we get to this point of seed head emergence, we have entered phase 3. So in phase 1, the quality of the grass is very high. The animals love to eat that stuff. And we're talking, anything from a rabbit to a cow to a horse. They love eating phase 1 grass because it tastes good. It isn't energy dense, but it's energy rich. But the bites are very small, especially if you're a cow. If you're a sheep or a rabbit, they can be big enough bites. I'm going to jump over to phase 3. When we get to phase 3, there's very little new growth taking place, and the quality of that feed is fairly low. So phase 2 is the area of interest. In phase 2, we have an increasing feed supply, but we have decreasing feed quality. And in rotational grazing or planned grazing, generally the strategy is put the animals into a pasture when it is high in phase 2 and allow them to graze it down to low phase 2. Previous talk, I showed those 2 slides with the quadrats. We're going to see those again, and we're going to talk about them in a little more detail. In a productive growing environment, so high rainfall or irrigated, we can go through the phase 2 growth phase, 3, 4, 5, 10 times a year, depending on, how far south we are and how long that grazing, growing season might be. We see this phase 2, we see the cycle multiple times in a productive environment. In a rangeland environment, typically we see it once in each season. And we actually end up doing most of our grazing when the plants are in phase 3 in a rangeland setting, because we have that short, 45, 75 day growing season window, but we might want to graze that field for 4, 5, 6 months. So most of what we graze in a rangeland setting very often is phase 3 forage. In a productive environment, our advice is you try to keep it in phase 2. You try to keep it in phase 2. If you try to keep it in phase 2 mindset into rangeland setting, you will probably degrade the range. This is an area where productive pastures and rangeland are quite different. Productive grasslands, we want to try to keep them in phase 2 as many days of the year as possible. In a rangeland setting, we just accept most of what our grazing that gets done, it's going to be done on phase 3. I often get asked, well, when's a pasture ready to be grazed? Or more commonly, someone might say, well, how tall should that pasture be before I start grazing it? Height isn't what matters. What matters is the number of leaves on that tiller. If we think about that phase 1, phase 2, phase 3 growth curve, we can associate that with the number of leaves on a tiller. And the way you count leaves, there's 3 parts of a grass leaf. There's the blade. That's this part, out here. That's where most of your photosynthetic activity is taking place. There's the sheath. That is the part of the leaf that wraps around the stem and holds it in place. And where those 2 come together is the collar. That's that little hinge-like thing that you'll see. A leaf is fully developed when the collar forms. Once the collar forms, that leaf is not going to get, any bigger. It's not going to get any more nutritious. It's actually going to get less nutritious as time goes by. But that's the key thing. So when we count leaves, we have 1, 2 fully developed collared leaves, and then this one sticking up, we'd call a half. So this is 2.5 leaf stage. 2.5 leaf stage corresponds to the time when a grass is transitioning from phase 1 to phase 2. If there are fewer than 2 leaves, it's in phase 1, and it will be in what we call a negative carbohydrate balance. That means there's more upward flow of energy in the plant. It is using stored carbohydrate energy to support growth. Yes, we have photosynthesis going on in these new leaves here, but there's not enough energy being created to support both growth above ground, the roots, and storing energy. So 2 leaves or less, it's in phase 1. 2 to 3 leaves, it's transitioning to phase 2. If it has more than 3 leaves, it's going to be in phase 2, and it's safe to graze it. So we have this plant over here, which is only, what, not even 8 inches tall compared to one that's stretching up here to 13. But this one has 1, 2, 3.5 leaves. It might actually be formed to the 4th one. So this plant is in phase 2. It is ready to be grazed. It is safe to graze it. This one is transitioning. We'd be less inclined to want to graze this one. So remember, the key thing is not how tall the plant is, but how many leaves are on it. And this is an easy assessment to do. I just walk across the pasture and I will, pick 10 tillers, pinch them off at ground level. So you have all the leaves, count how many leaves are on them. And, I don't keep them and treasure them, anything like that. I pick a leaf, I pick a tiller, count the number of leaves, toss it. And I just add them up in my head. And if I ended up at 24 leaves off of those 10 tillers, that says it's 2.4 leaves. I'm going to say I probably don't want to graze that yet. If I ended up with 36 leaves, that's 3.6 leaf stage. It's well into phase 2. I say that's ready to graze. It's simple to do. It might seem, silly for, some of you cowboys to get down off your horse and count, blades of grass, but that is the most accurate indicator of whether a grass plant, either on pasture or range, is ready to be grazed. Another term that we use is leaf area index, and that is the ratio of leaf area to ground area. This is not easy to measure. I'm not encouraging you to, habitually measure this in research. And I spent, 24 years in the research business. And we used to measure the leaf area index and the amount of solar energy interception. I think it's an important concept to understand and be familiar with, but it's not something you're going to routinely measure. So the ratio of leaf area to ground area, what does that mean? It means over 1 square foot of soil, how many square foot of leaves do we have? Or over an acre of soil, how many acre of leaves do we have? Because plants are pretty interesting, that they can grow and stack leaves, and you can have several acres of leaves above 1 acre of soil. So the picture that we're looking at right there is an LAI of about 1. There's about 1 square foot of leaf over each square foot of soil there. So this one, you see taller plants, you see some shadows in there, and shadow means the interception of light, right? And so we look at a pasture like this, that's an LAI of about 5. That's 5 square feet of leaves over a square foot of soil. That's getting pretty productive. That's what, I said there's no downside to maximizing photosynthesis. You maximize photosynthesis by increasing the square feet of leaves over every square foot of soil. Okay. Now, we can take the leaf area index and look at it as a percent of solar radiation being intercepted. Now, I want you to understand that that vertical axis that goes from 0 to 100%, not all solar energy, not even I mean, it's a fairly small percentage of solar energy that is actually involved with photosynthesis. So what we're looking at is not total solar energy being incepted. It is of the energy that's potentially available for photosynthesis, how effectively are we capturing it? Okay, some things to think about. There is no plant community on Earth that captures 100% of the potential solar energy. 100% is not going to be the target. Different plant communities differ in leaf density. If we go out to the high end of this leaf area index, and I have it running up to 10, and that's the jungle, okay? And I have seen some research papers where the LAI in rainforests may get up all the way to 14, 15. None of us graze in the jungle. The other end of the spectrum is the desert. And in the desert, we might be looking at 0.03. They talk about the desert blooming when it rains. Oh, yeah. And the cover goes all the way up to 0.12 LAI. There's not a lot of leaves in the desert. What's the limitation to productivity in the desert? It's not capturing sunlight, is it? It's water. And so what we're really seeing here is the amount of leaf area that is created by a certain volume of water. So let's look at some things that might be of more interest to us, like rangeland. So if we think about very healthy, broadly diverse rangeland, the best piece of range you can think of, the LAI is going to peak out somewhere between 3.5. It's just the way it is. That's all the water that's available will accept. And I'll give an informal definition, differentiating between rangeland and pasture. So rangeland is predominantly native plant species in a rainfall environment of less than 20 inches. Sometimes I even say less than 15 inches, but I'm going to say less than 20 inches. Pasture is typically non-native species in an environment receiving more than 20 inches. And of course, there's that blurred line at 20 inches. Because an inch of water grows more at a northern latitude than it does, further south. So, it's questionable exactly where to draw that line. At 20 inches, unless it's steep and really, really rocky, basically any place in the U.S. that gets more than 20 inches of precipitation and is reasonably flat and has soil on it, it has been plowed up and farmed. And that's why we don't have native species there typically anymore. The soil biology was destroyed when it was farmed. The native plant communities were destroyed. And so it's been seeded back with something different. So we have that break point between pastures and rangeland. So if we come back and we look at the LAI response, if 3.5 LAI is the maximum that we can grow in rangeland, well, that tells us we're never going to be capturing even 50% of the solar energy potential. Again, the limitation to productivity on rangeland is almost always going to be water, not the capture of solar energy. Now, we want to do a better job. We don't want to be down here at 20% solar energy capture. We want to get it as high as we can. But in my mind, the first objective of grazing management in a rangeland environment, it is improve the water cycle. On the other hand, if we look at pasture, we can get up LAIs 5, 5.5. Occasionally, you'll see a 6 or a 7. But up at this range here, we see that we're probably going to be maxing out at maybe 75% solar interception. Generally, I say 80%, but it's up here. Generally, the water availability is going to be there, especially if we're irrigating. The water is going to be there. And so in a pasture environment, our number one grazing management objective is capturing more solar energy. So again, a contrast between pasture and rangeland, two different fundamental objectives. Yes, we want to improve the water cycle in pasture, but generally it's going to be good enough. First priority is capture more solar energy in the rangeland. In order to be able to capture more solar energy, we first have to make sure we have a very effective water cycle. So this would be typically, and if this were a live, I'm there with the audience deal, I would ask you, all right, what do you think the solar interception is here? And we'll get guesses everywhere from 10% to 70%. So these first three of these examples we're going to look at, these are from small plots in Missouri where we actually did measure the solar radiation interception. We have tools, for doing that. And this is, it says 10 to 12% solar capture. Now, the error in the instrument that we use to measure solar interception, the least dense, the less dense the stand capacity is, the higher the error factor is going to be. The more dense the stand is, the lower it is. I suspect this is probably more like 7 to 9%, not 10 to 12. But the point is we're not capturing a lot of solar energy there. And if it's the spring of the year and you've come out of winter dormancy and it's just starting to grow, well, there's nothing you can do about this. I mean, this is just the way it's going to be. But have you ever looked at the neighbor's pasture in the middle of summer and seen something like this? Surely not on your place, but maybe on the neighbors, you've seen something like this. At the peak of the growing season, there's just not much grass out there. That's not real effective management. This is the same spot. A few weeks later, everything's starting to grow now. The LAI has gone up. We have more leaf area covering the ground. That's 30 to 35% solar energy capture. This pasture right here is right at the transition from phase one into phase two. Let's think about, is this pasture ready to graze? A sheep farmer would definitely think so. A dairy farmer would probably think so. They'd look at that and say, man, that'll make a lot of milk. That is rich. And so we could put animals out and graze it at this time. If we did that, we'd have something, oh, look, it's phase 1, 2, phase 3 again, just drawn in a different way. Rather than drawn based on the height of the grass or the number of leaves on the grass, this one is drawn based on the amount of solar interception. So we can take those two previous pictures that I showed. We had that grass transitioning from phase 1 to phase 2, and we said the sheep farmer would love it, the dairy farmer would love it, and we could begin grazing at that point. Now, if we did that, when an animal bites a plant, there's going to be a natural shear point. Put my hands up here. There's going to be a natural shear point in that grass that's based on the amount of indigestible fiber in the plant. And that young, lush plant has very little indigestible fiber. So when the animal bites it, it's going to tear it off just a little above ground level. And that's what's going to be left behind. So if we bite it off, here we were into low phase 2, we bite it off, it naturally shears off down here into phase 1, and we have a whole series. We're going to say we're moving the animals to a new pasture every day. So each day they're biting something off. So we have some pastures that have just been bitten off and they're this tall, some that are about to be bitten off in this tall, and we have everything in between because it's regrowing. So we could look at this and say, okay, on average, we are harvesting about 30% of the available solar radiation. Now we're practicing controlled grazing. We're moving them every day, but our average harvest is only 30%. Think about this for a minute. So I'm sitting here in a hotel in Billings, and rather than being in the ranching business, maybe I should be in the hotel business. So I'm going to, buy a piece of land here. I'm going to build this structure, this hotel. I'm going to put electricity and water into it. I'm going to build a whole lot of partitions to make rooms, guest rooms for the hotel here. I get it all done. I've made a big investment in land, infrastructure, utilities. Now I'm going to hire people to work here. And it's opening day. And the capacity of our hotel is, we have 300 rooms here. And I'm going to have my opening meeting for my staff and say, okay, we've got this new hotel. We're ready to go. Front desk, don't ever rent out more than 100 of those 300 rooms. Would we think that was a good business model? No. I said, that'd be stupid. You invested in the capacity for 300 guests, and you're only going to allow 100 guests in a night. Why would you do that? That's exactly what we're doing on that pasture, right? We've made an investment in the land, the pasture, the fence, the water, the labor, who are our cows in this case, and we're going to operate it at 1/3 of capacity. That doesn't make sense. So this picture you've already seen. You should remember this was an LAI of 5. This is high phase 2. For me, this is a beautiful growth stage to start your grazing practice at. And we're capturing 65, 70% of the solar energy potential here. So we're doing all right. Now, if we put cattle into a pasture at this growth stage and they take a single bite, where's that grass going to tear off? Well, it's not going to be a little bitty stub. Let me do this. It's not going to be that little bitty stub like we did grazing that transition phase 1 to phase 2 grass. It's going to leave a pretty good torn off stump there, 4, 5, 6 inches. That's where the indigestible fiber in that plant is that dictates the natural shear point. And if we move the animals every day, they're just going to take that bite, and then tomorrow they're going to be somewhere else. So now we've put the animals into the pasture at that, 70% point. It has torn off low in phase 2. We look at our average consumption, and, it's 55 to 60%, which is double what we were doing before. Now we're renting out more of the hotel. It's the same investment in land, establishing the pasture, fence, water, our time going out to move them. But we're getting a very different result because we're initiating grazing at a different point and we're leaving more residual behind. That brings us back to these quadrats we were looking at earlier. So this is a high phase 2 pasture. I estimated on that day that there was 3,400 pounds of dry matter per acre. I think the sward height was about 14 inches. So that's high phase 2. There's some orchard grass heading out, but the wheatgrass, the fescue, the meadow brome, the timothy, none of that grass is heading out yet. So it's high phase 2. Now, this MUFSRC, that's University of Missouri Forage Systems Research Center. That's where I spent 22 years, 3 months. The bulk of my research career was at this location. And so what we're looking at is pastures grazed to different residual heights, and then the daily growth rate in pounds per acre per day. And this daily growth rate is based on, from each of these residual points, how many days did it take to grow 1 ton of feed back in the field? So 2,000 pounds additional dry matter. That's what it is based on. And if you look at this, you'll see that we can leave a pasture anywhere between about 4 and 8 inches, and we're going to get a fairly similar recovery rate. It's when we've bitten it off to less than 4 inches that we see the growth rate becoming slower, slower, slower. The shorter you graze a pasture, the slower the recovery rate is going to be once you get below that certain threshold. And this is the pasture type that we did this study on. If we had done this on big blue stem, we would have seen essentially the same curve, except it would have been shifted much further to the right. We would have seen the slower recovery starting below about an 8-inch stubble. And it would have been optimized from about 8 to 14 inches. If we had done it on western wheatgrass, we would see this same shape of the curve, but it probably would shift a little bit to the left. This is a pretty universal response curve for grasslands. It just depends on what the particular species are, how it's going to respond to this different residual heights. So if we look at this 4-inch residual, we see that we can grow 1 ton of feed in about 40 days because we're at about 50 pounds per acre per day, the recovery rate. And this is what that residual looks like. 4 to 5 inches high. We see lots of green leaf, still present after the grazing event. And recovery always happens faster if it's being driven by green leaf residual rather than stored carbohydrates. The one exception to that basically is alfalfa. Alfalfa grows and regrows entirely from stored carbohydrates in the taproot. And so whether you cut alfalfa at 1 inch, 3 inch, 5 inch, it really makes no difference in what the recovery rate for the next crop's going to be. But all grasses and most other legumes, very dependent on residual leaf area to drive the rate of recovery. And as indicated, in the first presentation, when you graze this way, most of your water use is for transpiration, which another way of saying would be recovery. And we have minimal evaporative water loss. By leaving this much cover on the ground, we keep the soil cooler. How much cooler? 30 to 40 degree temperature difference between a residual cover like this compared to bare ground. 30 to 40 degrees is very common. We lose a lot more water to evaporation if we have those elevated temperatures. So as I said before, this is good for the plants, it's good for the soil, it's good for the livestock. I talked about the fear of wasting grass. Let's go ahead, leave them another day. What do we get? We get this. The green leaves have been stripped away. We have more sunlight hitting exposed soil, so we're elevating the temperature. We have more evaporative water loss. We have less water left for transpiration, so we have the slower recovery rate. And this, again, bad for the plants, bad for the soil, bad for the livestock. In this example, if we grazed it down to 2 inches, it takes us 64 days to grow a ton of feed. In a 200-day growing season, at 64 days per ton, you grow 3 tons of feed. 200 at 40 days, you grow 5 tons of feed. You realize that this is a 40% loss in production because we chose not to waste grass. We were afraid to waste grass, and so we took another bite. Oh, we could look at it in a more positive light and say, hey, this is a 60% increase in productivity because we chose to waste grass. You know what the cheapest ranch you're ever going to buy is? the additional production you get because you were willing to waste grass. That's the cheapest ranch you'll ever buy. Now, this was in a productive environment, 200-day growing season. We could change, this response curve to a native plant community and say it's an 80-day growing season, and we would still work out a similar type of response down here. It doesn't matter the environment. It doesn't matter the species. It doesn't matter the length of the growing season. The pattern remains constant. Grazing short costs us a big deal. Now here we see all kinds of grasses headed out. We are asked, we are at well into phase 3 here. And this is 70, 75, maybe 80% solar energy capture. It's not going to get any higher than this. Remember, we said in no plant community do you ever capture 100% of the solar energy. So in a productive pasture environment, 75, 80% is the maximum we're ever going to get. In a productive range environment, 45, 50% is the most we're ever going to get. We want to try to get as much of that potential as possible, but the goal is not 100% solar energy capture. It will never happen. So don't even, worry about it. So here we are. It's middle of the summer now, and we look around us, and very often we see this pasture condition. That short grazed bright green grass, that's your phase 1. That's the grass that got bitten off early, and they keep going back and taking another bite of because it's tasty. We have immediately adjacent to it dead brown plants that they're not eating. Now, in some cases, that is a different species that is less desirable, and so they never ate it from the outset. In many cases, though, it is the same species, and it's just plants that didn't get bitten early, so they grew to maturity, and it's now the maturity of the plant that's causing the animals to reject eating this. This is what you get with spatial-based management rather than time-based management. And if we look in here closely, we're going to see bare ground because it's always there. So that's the 3 components that give us a lousy solar panel. The best solar panel is phase 2. And far too many of our pastures don't have any phase 2 at the peak of the growing season. There's short grazed phase 1, there's big rank phase 3, and there's bare ground. Again, that's a failure in time management. And the only way you're going to cure that issue is to move from spatially based management to time-based management. One of the principal guidelines is we want to avoid grazing down to phase 1. Anytime we graze that short, it's going to be slower recovery. This is a very classic picture you see in a lot of grazing meetings. It's actually from I think it's 1963. It's either 1961 or 1963 research publication done in Alberta. And it's used to illustrate what repeatedly short grazing does to the root system. So very often in a presentation, the speaker is going to say, okay, here's what set stocking, see if I can get that. Here's what set stocking does to your pasture. Look at this pasture that wasn't grazed at all. See how deep and thick and rich and the root system is, and they move on. Well, I think the 2 center pictures are actually the more interesting ones. So this was a simulation of continuous grazing or set stocking. These are simulations of rotational grazing. This one here, where it says 50%, that is classic take, half, leaf, half. So each time the pasture grew to a certain point, 50% of the biomass was removed. The next one over here, this is 65 to 70% of the utilization. Each time it grew to the target level, 2/3 of the biomass was removed. Now, these are both rotational grazing. So once again, I want you to think about, we've made the same investment in stock water development. We've made the same investment in subdivision fencing. We've made the same investment in a person, either you yourself or a laborer, to go out there and move the animals. But we have two very different results. I want everybody to be getting this result, that deep, massive root system that is going to support a lot of biology. It's going to be a lot of root surface for taking up water, minerals, all that. This is going to be a much, much more productive pasture than this one. Sadly, I think the majority of American farmers and ranchers, who get cost share money from FSA for EQIP project, or whatever particular program they're doing their fence and water through, the majority of people are getting this response because they don't understand how to use the tools of fence and water that they have available. They could just as easily be getting this response. And let's think about our service to society again, and the relative amount of carbon that we can pull out of the sky and put into the soil. Obviously, it's much, much greater here than it is there. Grazing like this is going to benefit your property, your animal performance, your productivity, your profitability, while at the same time providing a much greater environmental service to society as a whole than grazing at this point here. This is a similar study. We're back to 1955 now, and this OSU is Ohio State University. It's not Oregon State. It's not Oklahoma State. This is Ohio State. Back in 1955, similar to the study that was done in Alberta, each time that the plants grew to a certain point, they removed 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, all the way up to 90% of the leaf area. All of these numbers in here under the Rhodes grass, smooth brome, Kentucky bluegrass, this is the percentage of roots not actively growing 7 days after the harvest event. And this is one of those studies that was foundational to the take half, leave half grazing management recommendation, because it largely shows, and usually you just see these two columns here, because it shows that you can go up to 50% utilization and have minimal effect on the roots. But as soon as you take one bite beyond 50%, suddenly you're knocking the heck out of the root system. So, this is another very interesting and foundational study all the way back to 1955. So if we think about those two studies, the Alberta one and the Ohio State one, they're really both about overgrazing, right? It's about removing too much leaf and doing it too frequently. So we've said this before, overgrazing doesn't happen to the entire pasture. It happens one plant at a time, and it's grazing a plant before it has a positive carbohydrate status. So that positive carbohydrate status, remember, when we have enough photosynthesis to support new top growth and be sending energy downward in the plant to be stored, the stored energy. And a lot of people say root reserves, but root reserves is a misnomer, because then bunch grasses, so blue bunch wheatgrass, green needle grass, basin wild rye, meadow brome grass, orchard grass, all of those are bunch grasses. Their carbohydrate storage is not below ground. It's predominantly in the stem bases, the bottom 2 to 3 inches of the stem. But to be in a positive carbohydrate balance, we have to have energy flow downward in the plant that is greater than the upward flow. And that generally happens when a individual grass plant has 3 leaves on it. And that's what full recovery is 3 leaves either grown in the spring or 3 leaves regrown after a grazing event. If we've done that, we will be in that positive carbohydrate state where the plant is restoring energy. Now, I prefer to graze at 4 or 5 leaf stage. Some grasses will not put on any more than 5 leaves. Some, like smooth brome grass, I don't have a lot of good things to say about smooth brome grass, but man, it can put a lot of leaves on, 8, 9, 10, 11 leaves per tiller, but it only has to have 3 to be safe to graze. So overgrazing means grazing when the plant's in a negative carbohydrate balance. We can stay too long in a pasture and be biting off recovery, or we can come back to a pasture too soon. Again, emphasizing those are both time management functions. They're not animal number functions. Overstocking is an animal number issue. Overgrazing is a time management issue. So I think I mentioned earlier that I've done consulting work or taught in 43 of the 50 states. I've also worked in Australia, New Zealand, South America, several countries in South America, Europe, Central Asia. Africa is the only continent that I haven't worked on. And I know that there's way too many grasslands grazed too short in Africa. I don't have to go there and see that in person. I see it on the news and everywhere else. But worldwide, this is what I see. The biggest cause of lost pasture production is simply grazing too short and too frequently. But mostly it's the grazing too short. It is diminishing the solar panel to the point that it's not productive. So the key, if we want to have, healthier landscapes, the first key is waste more grass, more post-grazing residual. That's going to help not only solar energy capture, but it's going to help the water cycle. It's going to help us create more soil biology, which is going to give us a more functional mineral cycles. And taller residuals does typically favor broader plant diversity. So there we are. That's building the better solar panel. Now, again, if we were at an in-person conference, I'd ask, what do these 4 things have in common? So what we have is a conventionally tilled cornfield, the Walmart parking lot, the continent of Australia, and my neighbor's pasture. And the answer is they all have a broken water cycle. Water is doing more running off than it is infiltrating. So now we're going to talk about managing for a healthy water cycle. We need to have a conversation about riparian areas. I think most of you probably, understand and know what we mean when we say riparian areas. Sometimes I give this talk and people aren't exactly clear. Riparian areas are basically where water is present on the landscape, where, it accumulates, where it flows. So it might be rivers, it might be ponds, it's creeks and streams. Riparian areas are an important part of the entire landscape because, water is life. Life is water, however we want to go that way. We cannot exist, we cannot function without water. So riparian areas for us as humans, our livestock, the wildlife around us, we got to have those water sources, and riparian health is critical to it. If we can look at our riparian areas and say, yeah, this is healthy, this is functional, that's a good indicator that upstream the environment is also in pretty good shape. Riparian areas tend to accumulate the failings of management on, up on the uplands and upstream from them. So if we have healthy functioning riparian areas, generally the rest of the landscape is working as well. This, to me, is the simplest definition of riparian health, and that's clean water flowing to each or to the next reach. Clean water means an absence of sediments, an absence of pollutants, water moving downstream that you would be happy to drink yourself or feed to your, not feed, allow your livestock to drink. If we want to get, into the assessment side of it, if we have functional ecosystem processes, we probably have riparian health. So I'm started this time with, rather than having community dynamics or biodiversity at the bottom of the list, it's at the top of the list now. And it says biodiversity at all trophic levels. So when we think about trophic levels, very broadly speaking, we have plants that are producers, herbivores that are consumers, carnivores that are secondary consumers. We can get into the avian side of it, the aquatic side of it. But that's what we're talking about, is a strong presence in the insect community, both terrestrial and aquatic, small mammals, larger mammals, small birds, larger birds, small fish, large fish, amphibians, broad diversity of plants. If these things are going on, we've got healthy riparian conditions. Now, here is an illustration of an unhealthy riparian condition. And we all have our neighbors who operate like this, and many of us have neighbors who are not farmers and ranchers. I've got a brand new set of urban refugee neighbors. They bought the small property above us from Long Island, New York, come out to central Idaho to, live off the land and just live a better life. And they're wonderful. We've been enjoying them a great deal. He does chores with me. We've got him started on some grazing things. But we have there's other neighbors around who want to see every cow, banned from the landscape, especially if it's public land. And I look at stuff like this and, sometimes I don't blame them for thinking that way. So we have no vegetation on the stream banks. There's soil compaction, poor water infiltration, soil and manure is running into the water here. And this is in Montana. This is not a pond. This is a river. We got minimal biodiversity there. This is not a good situation. But whereas many of our non-agricultural neighbors are going to blame the cow for this, it is not the product of, the cows. It's not the cow's fault. It's the result of human beings allowing those cattle to be on that same site month after month after month. This is a human issue. This is not a cow issue. This is a failure of human management. This is not an inherent evil of grazing. And I think hopefully everybody in the room understands that, but we have a large segment of society who doesn't understand that. And every time they see a situation like that, it makes life harder for the rest of us. All right, look at this. Lovely riparian area. You can just barely see the water, the stream going by here, but there's a crystal clear, stream running through here. So surely this has to be the product of, no grazing. We got rid of the livestock. Yay, we can finally camp out here again. 3 weeks prior to this, 2,000 ewes and their lambs were here. But they were only there for a couple of days and then they were gone again. And it wasn't grazed severely. And the timing of grazing was such that recovery would take place. And so now we're looking at a very lovely spot that any of those anti-grazing neighbors that some of us have would enjoy coming down and having a picnic. Now, lucky for them, it was sheep. And so we just have these little pellet piles around and not big pools of, cow poop there. And they can pretend in their own mind that those were, deer down there, not sheep. Say that a little facetiously, but yeah, we can have profitable operating ranches and have outputs like this. All we have to do is manage it to have this as our objective rather than the previous one that we were looking at. It's all in our hands. And so what does that management entail? It's time control, and it's the timing of use. I don't know of any environment where continuous grazing is the best management, the appropriate management for a riparian area. Long-term presence of animals like this on a stream bank like this, it is not the optimal situation. Reducing the amount of time that the cattle are present on each segment of the stream, that's the key to having healthy, functioning riparian areas in balance with the livestock use. Short duration, high stock density has much less long-term impact. 800 cows being pushed through an area like this for a few days a year is going to be much less detrimental than 80 cows being there for 2.5 months. Season of use is important because of the soil conditions. There are riparian areas that should not be grazed when it is wet. Doing it after they dry out or when they are frozen is a better situation. The diet selection of livestock varies with the seasonality of use and also with the physiological stage of the livestock. Are they dry pregnant animals? Is it a lactating cow? Are they growing yearlings? All those are factors. So when we look at the broken water cycle, they all start from the same point, and that's a lack of vegetative cover. Now, this is a pasture. It is not, farmland, but it still lacks vegetative cover because it's just repeatedly grazed too short. When we have a lack of vegetative cover, we're going to have diminished root growth, which puts us in a state of declining organic matter, poor soil structure. As soil structure collapses and compacts, we have restricted infiltration and poor water holding capacity, and then boom, we have excess runoff. Australia, the Walmart parking lot, conventionally tilled corn, my neighbor's pasture. They all start with that same basic problem of lack of vegetative cover. I find the parking lot an interesting one because urban planners, have recognized that this is a real problem, the lack of water infiltration. And I don't know if it's in wide use, but several years ago, they actually created asphalt that's water permeable. And so that rather than relying on runoff and all that water going into the storm sewers, they actually had water permeable asphalt that allowed water to go through it into the soil beneath. Now, we don't have to go through this picture again. You saw it before, but now at this moment, I want you to specifically think about what soil structure under this set stocked pasture is going to be like compared to this rotational grazing, but with excessive use and proper rotational grazing. Because now we're going to go to a study that was done in 1937. So we had a 1961 study, a 1955, we're back to 1937. You see why I quit academic research now? The good stuff was all done. We don't need new knowledge to more effectively manage the landscape. We just need to apply what we have known for years and years and years. So this is another one of those classic studies. This was done in Nebraska. It was a rainfall simulation study where they applied 3 inches of water through a sprinkler in 90 minutes. So it'd be a pretty good Midwestern downpour. They had 3 ground cover conditions. This is Conservation Bulletin number 5 from the University of Nebraska. So the pasture conditions, I'm going to start at the poor pasture down here. This was set stocked twice the recommended stocking rate. Fair pasture was set stocked at the recommended stocking rate. And then the excellent pasture had, they thought, at least 20 years of rotational grazing history behind it. It was a mixed native, warm season, cool season prairie. When they did the study, they clipped the rotationally grazed pasture down to 2 inches, raked off the clippings, and so this water is being applied to a 2-inch stubble, but a healthy grassland that had been clipped down. That healthy grassland had 95% ground cover, and that is the combination of living residual and plant litter or dead residue. Only 5% actual bare soil exposed. They put on the 3 inches of water, and almost 90% of it infiltrated. So that means the infiltration rate was almost 2 inches an hour. The fair pasture, 75% ground cover, about 50% of the water ran off. So on the excellent pasture, 2.6 inches of water infiltrated into the soil. On the fair pasture, 1.5 inches. And then on this poor overgrazed ground, 75% runoff. So of the 3 inches of water applied, only 3 inches entered the soil. Plus they lost 4.5 tons of soil per acre. So this says that an awful lot of droughts are created by our management choices. Now, in the West right now, we are in a pretty extensive drought. It's been going on for a few years now. And we could say, well, that's a different story from this here. And I would argue that no, it's not. It's the same story, just at a different scale and time frame. Because the drought we're in now, I do think, is the product of human-induced climate change. So it is a product of our management. It's the same concept that this 1937 study is illustrating, just we have done it on a vast amount of area. The world has done it on a vast amount of area, but it's the same basic concept. This is just one picture from one of those rainfall simulations demonstrations, and you see NRCS at a lot of county fairs, state fairs, grazing meetings, things like that. They bring the rainfall simulator and they do a demonstration like this. And it's if this doesn't persuade your mind that we need to change the way we manage our landscapes, I'm probably wasting my time here with y'all. But I think most of you will get this. So the way the rainfall simulator works, each of these trays, they go out and cut a slab of soil. And these are, I think this one is a 4-inch tray, might be a 3-inch. But you cut a slab of soil, put it in there. And so the 5 different landscape sites that we have here, there's a bare crop soil, some annual pasture or cover crop, crop soil with 10% residue, annual weeds, and perennial pasture. And then they run the sprinkler over it to apply a specific amount of water. Generally, they'll look at, the first inch of water and then 1.5 inches, 2 inch, things like that. And this was, this particular one, I think, was 1.5 inches of water applied. So the jugs in the front capture surface runoff. The jugs in the back are what infiltrates through the slab of soil and is collected on the bottom side. I think everybody recognizes that bare soil is bad for erosion. You might not realize how bad, and of the water applied, how very, very little of it actually infiltrated. Because when we have bare disturbed soil, as soon as water starts hitting it, the smallest soil particles start moving with that water and they plug the pores. And so then we just have runoff coming off the surface. Go to the other extreme, the perennial pasture here. Very little runoff. The runoff that is there is basically clear water we have fully recharged the water profile here. And then the other examples, we have a difference. If we think about, cover crop or an annual forage being planted, we have a little bit, or we have substantially cloudier water and a little bit more runoff than what the perennial did. But just putting that cover crop out there made a huge, huge difference compared to the other cropland sites. These rainfall simulator demonstrations, they're hard to argue with. So we look at the keys to building an effective water cycle. It all starts with maintained vegetative cover, good grazing management that leaves appropriate residual and allows us to build a litter layer on the soil surface. We do that through balanced use and recovery. And we build organic matter, better soil structure, better infiltration, better storage capacity. Things that we try to avoid are animal concentration points. What are animal concentration points? Well, stock water, shade, mineral feeding sites. And you might say, but we need all of those things. Well, what we need is more of those things so that we can disperse the animal impact out over more sites rather than just week after week after month going to the same water point or mineral feeding site. We create enough of those on the landscape that they get each one gets much less use, and that's to avoid soil compaction. We already talked about evapotranspiration and how our surface management affects it. What I want to do now is, well, I thought I wanted to do it now. Okay. We've already talked some about the difference between stocking rate and carrying capacity. Stocking rate is the demand that you're putting on the grazing resource. Carrying capacity is the supply side of that grazing resource. The carrying capacity, the upper limit is determined by the environment, largely the amount of rainfall received. Your management dictates how much of that is captured. So this is a standard table for predicting forage yield based on the amount of water in the environment. This particular table is from further south than where Roosevelt County, Montana is. And so the yield per inch of water is probably going to be a little bit higher. I have one for more northern latitudes, but more northern latitudes have a shorter growing season, so you can't utilize as much water. This is from the further area further south, so it goes all the way up to 40 inches. Now you'll note when water exceeds 40 inches, yield per inch of water begin to decline. In the West, in irrigated settings, we use a table that ends at 30 inches. Good work done at Utah State University that in the shorter growing season, irrigated environments in the West, water beyond 30 inches, is of minimal value. But sorry, my mouth got ahead of my brain here and I have to think about what I actually wanted to say here. Okay. What I wanted to say here is it's interesting that as the amount of water in the environment increases, the yield per inch of water actually also increases up to a point. And that's where I went into, the 40 inches here, and generally we ended at 30. Now, the reason that low rainfall environments have a low yield per inch, there's several reasons for it. One of them is simply that a lot of the precipitation events that we get in the semi-arid region are rather small events. And so they don't infiltrate very deep in the soil. And a lot of times they're, a quick thunderstorm, sun comes out right after the precipitation event, and we can evaporate that water away fairly quickly. But another reason, and a real interesting physiological reason, is when you're in a semi-arid environment like these less than 15 inches, and we think about the daily photosynthetic energy and how the plant uses that, in a semi-arid environment, only 20 to 30% of the product of photosynthesis is expressed as above ground growth. 70 to 80% of it is below ground. The key to survival in the semi-arid environment is a strong root system. And so plants in semi-arid environments put more growth below ground because they don't know if it's going to rain next week, next month, or even in the next year. So they're conservative in their growth habit, and they put a lot of biomass below ground. If you go up to these 30-plus-inch rainfall environments, it's about a 50-50 split. 50% of the production is expressed above ground, 50% below ground, because when you get that much water, the plant fully expects it's going to rain next week. So hell yes, I'll just put out another leaf today. Well, they don't do it in a day. They do it over the course of a week, but they cheerfully put out another leaf because they think it's going to rain. And so the yield per inch of water in a wetter environment up to a point is actually greater than, what it would be in a drier environment here. And that table just carries it out further. Okay. So we're not quite done with the water section, but I don't want to get into the next segment until after lunch. We're just about 5 minutes away from noon. So I want to emphasize that when you do time-controlled grazing, it isn't only about an opportunity to regrow more leaves. It's about the opportunity to build more soil, heal the soil compaction that may have occurred during the actual grazing event, store water in the soil profile. There's a lot more happens in the recovery period than just growing more leaves. We build the organic matter that leads to, more total photosynthesis or energy capture, builds more organic matter, and that organic matter increases our the soil structure and the water holding capacity. Okay, so we are going to stop for lunch, or actually, I'm going to stop my share screen, and we'll see again if there's anyone who's got a burning question before lunch.
So when you're coming from winter grazing or bale grazing and you're gonna go back out on grass, let's say you're winter grazing. And if you're winter grazing, obviously you're gonna have spring grass come up. So do you sacrifice an area? Because what do you do with them while you're waiting for those 3.5 leaves to come up? Like, it'd be like probably around May is when you could go back out. But what would you do with them in that in-between time?
Okay. In some environments, a sacrifice area can make sense. The real question becomes, how fast does that sacrifice area potentially recover, in the subsequent growing season? And if you do not get meaningful recovery on a sacrifice area, it probably means that should just become a sacrifice area, put some special management on it. That might be seeding some kind of annual on it to try to stabilize it over the course of the season. If you get fairly good recovery through the course of a growing season, then I would be looking at not having a sacrifice area per se, but rotating each spring what that transition area is, with the plan that in the year of recovery, you're not going to use it. And if you do that, we wintered on a 3-year cycle in Missouri, and mud was our winter challenge there. And so we use 1/3 of the farm each year as our winter stockpile and winter grazing area. And we cycled through, so it would be 3 years later before it got used again. And that worked fairly well. you know, the idea of a ongoing sacrifice area bothers me, because ongoing sacrifice areas, they tend to erode away. They also tend to be a place where weeds take hold. And if you have weeds growing on your sacrifice area, that's a good opportunity that you're then going to spread them around the property. So if you can sort of sacrifice an area, but a different area each year, give it a full year's recovery, put it back into a summer grazing situation, that would be my preferred approach.
Question that we're kind of personally dealing with crested wheatgrass. You were talking about earlier about diversity and organic matter and palatability. So I think we have an overabundance of crested wheat, and we graze, our grass has a 74-day rest.
Okay.
And I graze 7 days long, and our paddocks are too big right now, but we're building infrastructure. But my dilemma is I leave grass behind, like you say, but then when I get back to it, it's brown and dead. And the cat, it's not palatable, so the cows won't eat it, and it's not ideal to have the cows and calves on, because it's just doesn't have a lot of good nutrients there. But I can't get other species to seem to grow with it. I even have a pasture I only graze when it's not in the growing season, so it's pretty much left alone for 2 summers. And I have good organic cover, but I just don't see any plant growth. So how could I help those pastures become more diverse in the plants? And
crested wheat is a challenge. You know, I think there has to be an allelopathic. The question was about crested wheatgrass and getting it diversified, right? Well, I've had the same issue with crested wheatgrass. It looks like something that should be fairly easy to actually interseed into, but it rarely does. And you know, two avenues to possibly go down. One is very abusive grazing, to actually try to weaken it. You know, everything that over the course of the day I tell you not to do, you can try doing that to crested wheatgrass with the hope of actually weakening it. And I think if you do that, then running with a no-till drill. And remind me, I had meant to look this up. What is the average rainfall, Roosevelt County? Is it like 16 to 18 inches? Does anyone know?
14.
14. 14 to 16. Okay. So if you do abusive grazing on the crested, and then again, there's always forks in the road. One of them is trying to no-till in a dryland cover crop. And that's probably something that would be done in the spring, as soon as it's you're able to get on the ground with a drill and let that cover crop grow and hopefully suppress the crested a bit further. And then the following winter, do a dormant seedbed seeding of whatever the perennial mixture you would like to have there, rather than the crested, and give it a shot. I think as long as the crested has good vigor, it's really hard to get something else started with it. As I said, it looks like it should be easy, but it hasn't been. And then the other one, and you know, this is bad for me to say, since I already said, get away from all the herbicides and everything. If you actually want to kill the crested wheatgrass, you could try it with Roundup. The problem that I've seen with crested, even though you see very few seedlings ever come up from the seed bank, as long as the old crested is there, I have seen when they have sprayed crested wheatgrass patch with Roundup, then that year's accumulation of seed in the seed bank suddenly is ready to pop up and be there again. That I know it's not a good answer, but crested is a hard one to deal with. All right. So from there, I think we'll move back into the presentation mode then. So I said I didn't want to get into the next segment before lunch because there's a little bit to this. So we'll go there now. And what I'm going to talk about is a really interesting ranch down in Mexico. We just talked about the precipitation there, Culbertson or Roosevelt County being 14 to 16 inches. And I mentioned earlier that an inch of water will grow more in the north than it will further south. So that if we said 14 inches of rain in northern Montana, that probably has the same value as about 20 inches in an environment like Oklahoma or the Texas Panhandle, just because of the difference in latitude. So we're going to go down to the Chihuahuan Desert in Mexico. That's a 6 to 8 inch precipitation zone. And this is what a lot of Chihuahua looks like. That is mesquite. And mesquite, it is a native plant, but it's an invasive woody. And a whole lot of the southwestern U.S. is covered up in mesquite. I think there's parts of eastern Montana that have a bit of a problem with junipers and cedars as invasive woodies. And we have a similar complaint with junipers in the Western Plains as being water robbers. The grass won't grow under them because the trees take all the water. And so we lose grazing value. So this is very typical of the Chihuahuan Desert and 6 to 8 inch precipitation zone. So you guys up there, you can think that you're probably getting 3 times as much water as they are down here. Now, this is a region that has a little cooler season that they call winter. It doesn't snow here. It rarely freezes. So there's a difference there. But this is, I've been down there, been to a number of different ranches across different parts of Chihuahua, but as you're just driving through, this is what you see a lot of. And so Rancho Las Damas, or you might see it online as Las Damas Ranch. It's about 30,000 acres. And when I was down there about first time 10 years ago, it might be longer than that now, that 30,000 acres was split in 12 pastures. And they did not necessarily rotate one herd of cattle through those 12 pastures. They actually had several small herds, each one, using like a summer pasture and a winter pasture type deal. 150 acres per cow was the annual carrying capacity. So half a cow per acre, basically. 10 years ago, that was the situation. They began in about 2012 to build a water distribution system. So the larger rectangles, those are storage tanks that they have put in. So these are either pumped full from solar wells or spring fed, but those are water supplies. And then the circles are troughs. And so they added 38 troughs there. And you see all those red and yellow lines running through it. For the most part, that's fencing. And it's single wire electrified high tensile fence, or it's polywire fence. So that center ridge on the ranch is about 5,000 acres. There's 25,000 acres that are subdivided, waters developed on and subdivided. And so this is a 30,000 acre ranch with good water development. And they began daily rotation of cattle in 2014. And I meet a lot of, guys and gals in the US who think their land is too rough to fence. And especially it's ridiculous, the very idea of running polywire, across 20,000 acres. Well, that's crazy. Well, that's what they did at Las Damas Ranch. Now that ridge in the left-hand picture, you can see that center ridge there. They do herding to move cattle through that, but it's still, a daily move of cattle when they're up on the ridge, but it's not done with fences. It's done from horseback. And you might say, why did they do that? What was the point? What was the value? This is what Las Damas looks like today. And remember, this is a 6 to 8 inch rainfall environment. They have tripled the carrying capacity of the ranch. They went from 150 acres per cow to around 40 acres per cow for year-round grazing. They obviously don't make any hay or feed any hay in this environment. One of the most impressive things that they've done is almost completely eliminated mesquite from the place. Not by spraying, not by cutting, but just by changing the water functions on the landscape and focusing on making grass grow. And once the grass starts growing, the mesquite has largely died out and disappeared. Now, this is a different ranch, but it's the same type of management. And so one of the neighboring ranches at Las Damas complains or explains the difference because it rains more on your side of the fence. And this is an illustration that it can rain more on your side of the fence if you manage the landscape to create humidity and moisture. Some of you may have heard of a book written by a Japanese farmer called The One Straw Revolution. And at the moment, the gentleman's name eludes me. But he said, one of the quotes from that book is, it was in an American desert that he realized that rain is created from the ground up, not from the sky down. And this contrast that you see of this fence line, I gather from the Mexicans, is becoming more and more common on these regeneratively managed ranches. It does, in fact, rain more on their side of the fence now. And that's because they're creating 20 to 30,000 acre blocks where there's actually grass growing and humidity being created. It's one of those things that it's, hard to conceptually buy into at first, but the more and more you see this, the more and more it appears. I use this example because I believe if they can do this in a 6 to 8 inch environment down in Mexico, we sure ought to be able to do it up in the northern plains and central plains of the US. And, I mean, it's just mind-boggling the amount of vegetation that they grow on such a small amount of water. And that brings me to the closure of this, that the first goal of grazing management on rangeland is creating a better water cycle. And it's the fail point that a lot of your neighbors might have. So the next step we're going to, and that didn't, we could have delayed lunch and gotten through that, except that we got kicked off of the system. So that brings us to the third ecosystem process, and that's creating a dynamic mineral cycle. And, going to come in with some, gee whiz type numbers. So when I was in the research business in Missouri, we did a fair bit of tracking manure distribution across the landscape, because all of your immobile soil elements are moved through manure. And so where a cow ends up taking a dump is actually of financial importance to us, because they move quite a bit of minerals and nutrients around. So this is from work we did in Missouri. If cattle walk more than a quarter mile to water, up to 65% of the manure ends up at shade and water. And that's in a hot, humid environment. If we step out, oh, not the picture I thought it was going to be. So yeah, short grazed pastures, riparian zones, you are going to get nasty water there. This is the one I thought was coming up next. So if we look at big rangeland environments, whether we're talking eastern Montana, Chihuahua, this one happens to be northern Nevada, but about 50% of the manure, so think about all that landscape that the cattle cover in a day, 50% of the manure ends up within 100 to 200 yards of the water tank. That's if travel distance is exceeding half to three-quarter miles. That's because the animals, the whole herd comes back to drink water, and they cannot drink enough volume of water for their day's supply in, just one standing at the tank, because the cooler water temperature, there's a limited volume of water they can put into the rumen without creating what we call rumen shock, which is a sudden drop in the temperature of the rumen. And so they have to take in the whole, they come to water only once a day, but they stay there for a few hours, and they'll drink, 6-8 gallons, and then go lie down and ruminate a while. 30 minutes to an hour later, they get up, have another drink, and then finally a third one, then they're done for the day and they go back out. And so they spend a disproportionate amount of time close to water because of that effect on the rumen that cool water can have. And so you end up transporting minerals from all over the landscape and concentrating them near water, where they don't do very much to, help the productivity of the landscape. So where water is located really drives, especially cattle behavior. Sheep can do much longer without water, and they'll travel greater distances away from water than what cattle will. But that is a manure magnet. Now, in rangeland, once again, water's the limit to productivity. Minerals generally aren't the limiting factor, but over years and years of grazing, it does change the pattern of where minerals are located and how the forage grows in certain areas of the pasture. This is where one of the issue comes, is in a dry, cold environment, it can take 25 to 30 years for a manure pile to be degraded and the minerals released from that. It's it's amazing to me the duration of elk pellets in this environment. They seem to last almost forever. So we're going to think about nutrient flow. And in the center of this slide, I got something that's just as nutrient cycle. To an extent, we're going to right now just treat that as a black box. There is not one nutrient cycle. There are multiple nutrient cycles. Some are similar, some are quite different. And, at the university, you can do a whole semester's course on grassland nutrient cycles. You can do another semester if you want on forest nutrient cycles. But we think about what is the source of minerals and nitrogen in a grassland. So mineralization, there's two avenues of mineralization. One of them is the breakdown from geologic parent material and minerals becoming available to microbes and plants that way. The decomposition of organic materials releases mineral. Atmospheric deposition, usually this is dust in the wind. The wind starts blowing, coming off of the Rockies, and it picks up the dust of eastern Montana and deposits it in the Dakotas, Wisconsin, and points east. We can, of course, buy fertilizer and add minerals to the system. Any feed that we feed out on range or pasture, whether that's hay, pellets, cake, cubes, any mineral that's contained in that feed, again, 90+% of it's going to pass through the animal and go back out on the soil. Your mineral supplements, same way. Manure, I'm not talking about the manure that the animals are cycling within the pasture. We can bring in feedlot manure, dairy manure, something like that for enrichment. And then specific to nitrogen, we have legumes doing atmospheric nitrogen fixation, making it available to other plants in the sward. It all runs through this complexity of the nutrient cycles. By cycle, the implication is that it's returning to the source. But there are exports of minerals away. If we cut hay, put that hay on the semi truck and send it somewhere else, those minerals have left our farm or ranch. They've left our hayfield. Animals in bone, muscle, blood, fat, there are minerals. And when we sell livestock, we're selling minerals off our place. And then there's the loss pathways. This would include gaseous losses of nitrogen and sulfur, soil erosion, either it's water erosion or wind erosion. We have minerals that leach out of the rooting zone of the soil profile down into deeper parts of the soil. So we have those ways that we lose minerals out of the system. Now, I want to talk about hay just a little bit. When we harvest hay, about 80% of the minerals in the above ground part of the plant are going to be removed from the field. If we feed that hay back on the same field where it's harvested, yes, the manure and the urine is putting minerals back out there, but usually it's in kind of a spotty distribution. It's not uniformly put back through there. But just like any crop, whether we're talking about wheat, barley, corn, all of those crops, when we sell the grain off of the place, there's minerals contained in those. Hay, because we're shipping the entire plant away, hay is actually more of an extractive process than what grain farming is. Now, if you harvest the straw or the corn stover and sell that off the place, then it's, just like hay in terms of removing a really high volume of minerals. So this is what typically is contained in a ton of hay. Now, the nitrogen content varies whether we're talking about alfalfa or prairie grass. Alfalfa has a lot more nitrogen because it's higher protein than what a prairie grass does, and then we have everything in between. But typically, we're going to think about 40 to 60 pounds of nitrogen per ton of hay leaving the field, 6 pounds of elemental phosphorus, so that's 13 pounds of phosphate, 40 to 60 pounds of potassium. That can be as low as 25 to 30 in a in a potassium deficient field. But whereas here in the West, we have a lot of high pH, high potassium fields, usually there's quite a bit of potassium in it. We're going to say it's about 50 pounds of potash. And then we have the calcium, magnesium, sulfur, zinc, copper, cobalt. We have all the micronutrients that are in there also. If we multiply that by, this is out of date. It says today's fertility value of a ton of hay is about $60 to $65. That's way off. This summer, for the first time in my life, the nitrogen and mineral value of a ton of hay exceeded $100. It'd been hanging around kind of $80 to $85 for a while. I did not realize I hadn't updated this slide anytime recently. But yeah, it's potentially over $100 right now is what the mineral and nitrogen value of a ton of hay is. This is what's in 3 tons of hay. Why am I using 3 tons of hay? Because I go a lot of places and I ask people, what's your hay yield? And, oh, it's about 3 tons. That might be in a single harvest, 2 harvests, but it's not an uncommon number. So we have a field and it's got the capacity of producing 3 tons of hay. So we're looking at the removal rate of 150 pounds of nitrogen, 40 pounds of phosphate, 150 pounds of potash, and then whatever the concentration of those other minerals are, 3x. If we look at a grazing situation, we're not exporting the entire plant like we do in hay. The minerals that we're exporting is that portion that gets incorporated into the body and of our livestock. And remember, we said over 90% of every mineral is being excreted. So we know that it has to be something lower than what the hay is doing. So if we have this field and we can potentially harvest 3 tons of hay off of it, we could graze that with yearling cattle. And if we did it in a time-controlled situation, we could harvest just as many pounds of dry matter or animal unit days with grazing as what we can get with the hay. Okay, so 3 tons of hay is the equivalent yield of 500 pounds of beef if we grazed it with yearlings, gaining 1 3/4 pounds a day. This is what is removed, comparably speaking. In 500 pounds of beef, there's 16 pounds of nitrogen, 10 pounds of phosphate, and less than 2 pounds of potash. So if you remember the numbers with the 3-ton hay crop was 150 pounds of nitrogen, 40 pounds of phosphate, 150 pounds of potash. You can see that there is much, much lower removal rate through animals grazing that and then being sold off the property. This is why effectively managed pastures, you probably really don't need to fertilize, because most of what's being returned that the animal consumes is being returned. And then if you have functional biology under your pasture grasses, forbs, legumes, that biology is processing the return material, plus it is carrying out the mineralization from the soil parent material and organic based materials that are in the soil. So we have a much reduced need or demand for fertilization in a grazing situation. Key factor is a basic input-output system. Mobile nutrients are going to typically be moving through urine. So nitrogen, sulfur, boron, chlorine move through urine. Immobile elements, phosphorus, calcium, magnesium, iron, zinc, copper, more typically are found in feces. Urine distribution is typically much better across a pasture because livestock, whether we're talking cattle, sheep, bison, goats, they tend to just urinate many more times during the day, and they'll do it anywhere in the pasture. Most defecations occur when the animal is at rest. That's why this problem of the whole herd going to the water tank and staying there for 2 to 4 hours is such a movement, heavy movement of minerals towards water, because most of our defecations occur there. If there are places on the landscape that are sheltered from winter storm, or they have better air drainage and summer heat, those places will tend to accumulate more feces, and so they're going to accumulate higher levels of these immobile elements. So the redistribution, grazing livestock is part of the overall nutrient cycling, but the distribution following livestock is not as consistent as it might be unless we are grazing at high stock densities and moving the cattle very frequently. If we do that, we get a much more uniform manure distribution than we do if they're just set stock. If we want to think about what really determines the rate of decomposition of manure and the subsequent release of minerals, you know, first and foremost, it's fiber digestibility. If the microbes in the rumen could not digest the fiber and release minerals bound in that fiber, the soil isn't going to do any better job of it. Moisture and temperature, big factors. Warm, wet environments, manure decomposes very quickly. Cold, dry environments, very slowly. Microbial population. The more biologically active your soil is, the faster manure is decomposed, and all of those minerals are back in the soil, plant and life, and available. I have physical disturbance here, and some people's first idea of physical disturbance is the pasture drag, using a harrow to break up manure piles and distribute it. That is probably the least effective way of disturbing manure to accelerate mineral release. The physical disturbance that we're interested in is the dung beetles, earthworms, birds, small rodents. All of those other things are doing a better job of disturbing piles and getting manure particles into the soil or closer to the soil surface. So the higher the quality of the forage that the animal is consuming, the higher the quality of the manure, and so the faster it will decompose. Again, some gee whiz numbers. Louisiana, hot, humid environment. And this is not with souped up soil biology. This work was all done, you know, in the 20th century, not the 21st century, when we're more focused on biology. But so a hot, humid Louisiana, in 3 to 6 months, without real biological help, manure will fully decompose. In Missouri, a temperate, humid climate, 2 to 3 years. Idaho, cold and dry, 25 to 30 years. So the that temperature and moisture factor really come into play and are illustrated in this slide here. Excuse me, we've already talked about the importance of dung beetles. What was that one? And we haven't talked about earthworms yet, but earthworms eat soil, they eat turds, they eat a lot of stuff, and they just process it through and put it out through their own feces as a much more readily available product. That's what, if you've heard of worm casts or worm casting, that's just worm turds. Very, very good fertilizer. So this is a fairly simple diagram of the nitrogen cycle, but it's more complicated than maybe what it used to be. And one thing about nutrient cycling, you always think about, now, where should I pick this up and start talking about it? So we're going to start from the nitrogen pool of soil. Traditional soil sampling or testing for the nitrogen level, all that evaluates is water soluble soil nitrogen. And that's what we then base our fertilizer recommendations on, is water soluble nitrogen. Now, what the more modern view is, the soil microbial biomass, there is a whole lot more nitrogen held in the soil in the bodies of microbes that is actually available to the plants if we have functional biology taking place. There is, in a healthy grassland, in a healthy soil, the volume, the amount of nitrogen that is taken up by the pasture and range plants is actually substantially greater as microbial nitrogen than the water soluble, the classic nitrate, ammonium pathways that we thought about before. And then in the plant itself, we have nitrogen fixation taking place. So that's putting more nitrogen into the system. The animals consume the plants. They retain part of it in their body. With beef cattle, about 6 to 8% nitrogen retention is the maximum we ever see. That would be in fast gaining yearling cattle. Dairy cattle, high milk producing cows may retain up to 10% of the nitrogen consumed because of the protein content of milk. So those are exports are meat, milk, and fiber in the case of the beef industry, you know, with calves and beef. And by beef, we're talking about cull cows, cull bulls, and yearling cattle that we're growing. The majority of the nitrogen is being excreted. If the protein content of the diet is basically what the animal's needs are, roughly 50% of nitrogen is going to be excreted in feces, 50% in urine. Now, as the protein content of the diet exceeds the animal's need, all the excess nitrogen that gets processed through the animal comes out in the urine. So if you had cattle that were grazing straight alfalfa or a grass clover pasture with a lot of clover in it, there would be a lot of excess nitrogen that's coming out in the urine. So when a cow urinates, part of the nitrogen contained in there just almost immediately goes off into the atmosphere as ammonia. There's a number of things that we can do to reduce the loss as ammonia. One of them is maintaining taller post-grazing residuals, maintaining a little layer on the surface, keeping the soil cooler. All of those factors will hold more nitrogen in the soil and reduce the amount of volatile ammonia loss. So the opposite of that, if we graze the pasture short, we've got no litter cover, and we're letting the soil temperature get to 140 degrees, 70% of the nitrogen in the urine may vanish, you know, within hours into the atmosphere as ammonia. That doesn't bode well for the regrowth potential of your grass if there is no nitrogen available. So we want to try to minimize these volatile losses through the reasons that I said. We have non-ammonia gaseous losses, nitrous oxide, some other nitrogen containing compounds. We can have, you know, volatile losses, gas from it. Those tend to be much more pronounced in waterlogged or anaerobic situations. In well aerated soils, they tend not to be a real issue, but in waterlogged soils, they certainly are. We have loss avenue. We can leach out nitrates. We can have organic nitrogen loss through soil erosion, surface runoff, where we're actually floating off fecal materials. So there's a lot of places to lose nitrogen out of the system. But from the manure, we get it, you know, mineralized into the microbial pool. We have some water solubility going on, but nitrogen is always moving in the environment. Nitrogen is a very essential element of growth of plants and animals, that's, you know, in protein form. It is also potentially a pollutant. The ammonia loss into the atmosphere, ammonia is another greenhouse gas. The loss of nitrates into groundwater, if this is shallow groundwater and we're using water from a well that's contaminated with nitrates from ground leaching, that is unhealthy for our livestock. It's unhealthy for us, so it's a concern. The tighter you control your grazing management, the less likely you are to have those volatile ammonia losses. We can minimize the amount of leaching loss. If we're leaving ample post-grazing residual and we have rapid recovery, that means we're utilizing nitrogen more quickly rather than just leaving it set in the soil to lose it either as a gas or nitrates going out. So I think I already mentioned that the 22 years that we were on our farm in Missouri, there were only 3 occasions we ever used nitrogen fertilizer. And on the ranch in Idaho, I think there's only been one time that we've put on nitrogen fertilizer above when we were doing some fertilization 10 plus years ago. It was mostly for phosphorus and sulfur. Well, the only way we could buy phosphorus was 1152O. So if you were going to put on 100 pounds of phosphate, yeah, you got 22 pounds of nitrogen with it. There was only one time we ever put on nitrogen above what that minimal amount we were getting with the phosphate was. And that was a year following a really, really bad vole, meadow voles, VOLE, a really bad vole infestation. And we put on, I think, 80 units of N to try to get the grass to be able to grow faster than the voles could eat it. And we actually were successful at doing that. But in almost 19 years that we've been on the ranch in Idaho, that's the only time we've used nitrogen fertilizer beyond the amount that comes with phosphate. And as I said earlier, it's been 9 years since we have done any commercial fertilization at all. So nitrogen is very dynamic, and we need to be thinking about what we're doing to minimize the losses, capitalize on the recycling of nitrogen. Give you a kind of a poundage idea of what it takes. So that 3 ton per acre yield had 150 pounds of nitrogen in it. We're retaining less than 15 pounds. So that's 135 pounds being excreted. Depending on how we're managing, you know, our ammonia loss might be anywhere from just 15 to up to 75 pounds per acre loss. So that's where it says we're putting somewhere between 60 and 120 units of nitrogen back on the soil. And yeah, absolutely, we can grow a lot of feed with 60 to 120 pounds of naturally recycling nitrogen. You should not need to use nitrogen fertilizer in a pasture situation if you're just managing the components effectively. And at $1 a pound, the current price of $1 a pound for nitrogen, this is an important financial consideration. Better to eliminate that fertilizer cost than live with it on an ongoing basis. And that's just what I kind of said. How much nitrogen fixation can occur? Well, this is from Iowa, so it's a long growing season. Unfortunately, I've never seen good nitrogen fixation measurements out of either Idaho or Montana. I'm sure they must be there somewhere in the literature, but I've not been able to find them. So we got alfalfa, red clover, birds foot tree, 4 white clover. And I just want to look at these old stand numbers. And again, I want you to be thinking about in the context of today's fertilizer prices at approximately $1 a pound, how much value there is in nitrogen fixation. It is a huge money saver for us. These next, I think there's 3 slides here, and they're going to show why short grazing periods with high stock density are more effective for the nutrient cycling than what set stocking or slow rotations are. So we've got 3 protein levels in the diet: 10, 15, and 20%. So this 10% would be like if they were eating straight grass, this would be a grass clover mix. This would be something that's predominantly legume, alfalfa or clover. We have 1,200 pound cows eating 2.6% of their body weight. So they're consuming 31 pounds of dry matter a day. Now, this is where the difference comes in based on what the protein content of the diet is. Daily protein consumption, 3 pounds, 4.6 pounds, 6.2 pounds. And so protein is 16% nitrogen typically. So if we take 16% of each of these protein consumption numbers, we have the actual nitrogen consumption. So it works out kind of nice that it's basically half a pound, 3/4 pound, a pound a day, based on, I think 6% retention of nitrogen. So that's 94% excretion. Each animal is excreting, 0.47, 0.71, 0.95 pounds a day. I know these numbers get tedious, but we'll get to the bottom line here pretty soon. And remember that fecal nitrogen stays constant and all the excess is in urine. And urinary nitrogen, when a cow pees, within minutes, the nitrogen contained in that urine is available to plants for growth. The most potent nitrogen fertilizer that there is, in my view, is cow urine, because there's a good concentration of nitrogen there and it's almost immediately available. And it doesn't cost you a penny beyond what it costs you to maintain that cow in the pasture. So the urinary output, basically 1/4 pound, half pound, 3/4 pound a day. So now what I have here is stock density. So this is pounds of animal live weight per acre. A 600-pound stock density would be, if it took us 2 acres to carry a cow, that'd be a 600-pound stock density on average. 1,200 is an acre per cow. Now, as we start subdividing pastures and concentrating the animals tighter and tighter, moving down more frequently, we can see that at the set stocking or slow rotation, the daily nitrogen output on a per acre basis is quite small. When we go to these higher stock densities, we see, from 10 to almost 40 pounds of, and this is just urinary nitrogen. We also have the fecal nitrogen over there that's going to be released over time, but immediately available, we have the, on a per acre basis of where the animals graze that day, we've got a pretty good concentration of nitrogen. And this is why we see such fast regrowth following high stock density grazing. Now on rangeland, you're probably going to max out in this level here. But remember, it's water that's limiting productivity there, not nutrition. On an irrigated pasture, it is it becomes mineral nutrition, not water, that's limiting productivity. So getting these higher levels of urinary nitrogen concentration is just like going out after each grazing event with a fertilizer buggy and spreading that much urea. That just follows up on what those stockings were. This figure shows the effect of increasing soil temperature on urine nitrogen volatilization. So this is the percent of urinary nitrogen that's volatilized. And as we go from 50 degree soil temperature to 70 degree, you can see the amount of nitrogen loss more than doubles. And if we were to follow this on up to 90 degrees, we would actually see a not a linear effect, but it actually starts going up more rapidly. Shows the importance of keeping the soil cool. How do we keep the soil cool? With a good litter layer on it, but always leaving that ample post-grazing residual. That's how we keep the soil cooler. The phosphorus cycle, I'm going to touch on this one. And this one, we're going to look at the old view and a current view. So again, starting from plant available phosphorus. So if you did a soil test and you got like an Olsen test or a Malick test, it would say so many parts per million available phosphorus. That's the phosphorus that will go into soil solution. And that is usually as a phosphate ion. And for a long time, the strong belief was the only way that phosphorus got into a plant was as a phosphate ion. But that is based on a bare root without biology. Okay. So the phosphorus goes into the plant, and it goes into many, really complex organic molecules in the plant. Some of the phosphorus is in the cell solubles. So cow takes a bite of a plant, the cells pop, boom, they get phosphorus. But a lot of it's bound to the fiber. And so the cow has to be able to digest the fiber to extract the phosphorus from it. And the phosphorus that the animal retains, it goes into, there's phosphorus in the bones, there's phosphorus in the blood, there's phosphorus in the muscles, there's phosphorus in fat. So phosphorus is as a percentage of ingestion, phosphorus is the mineral that is removed at the highest rate in meat, milk, and fiber. It's still only about a quarter of what a hay harvest removes, but it isn't a substantial amount. So then the animals excrete it, and 99% of phosphorus is in the feces. You can remember it, there's no P in the P. There's almost no phosphorus moves through urine. It's almost all going to be in the manure, and it's going to be bound to fiber. And it then has to be mineralized microbially to be released from the fecal fiber to be plant available again. Phosphorus does not leach into water, so we don't have to worry about it leaking out of the bottom of the soil profile, but it can float off as fecal particles or as soil erosion. Now, the view of the phosphorus cycle has changed dramatically in the last 15 to 20 years because we've added the microbial component to it. Okay, so I don't know where my plant went, but we have phosphorus in the plant as described. It's ingested. It's excreted, bound to fiber. Now, the difference is rather than relying just on this phosphate ion as water-soluble phosphorus, there's just like we have nitrogen in the soil microbial biomass, we also have phosphorus in the soil microbial biomass. And via mycorrhizal fungi, we have direct transfer of phosphorus in other forms than just phosphate into the plant itself. Part of the reason why we got away from the need of using phosphate fertilizer on the irrigated pastures in Idaho, I think is we've gotten those pastures healthy enough and functional enough that we're tapping into the microbial held phosphorus rather than just the traditional soil test phosphorus. And by the way, if you are doing soil sampling on any of your pasture land or crop land, there is a new suite of soil testing that a number of labs are doing now, kind of broadly called the Haney test. And the Haney test actually estimates this microbial held phosphorus in addition to the water soluble, or I shouldn't say, in lieu of the water soluble phosphate. And once you have functional biology that can tap into the microbial held pool, the need for purchased phosphate fertilizer largely goes away. You can just rely on the natural systems and cycling of phosphorus to meet the needs of your pastures. Again, where the problem comes from is, particularly with set stocking, is poor distribution. The animals harvest plant material, phosphorus, and all those other minerals across, a broad grazing area, but then they tend to deposit the majority of it in loafing areas. And generally the loafing areas are watershed and mineral supplement sites. GWIS numbers again. And again, this is from Missouri research, but a cow poops the same, you know, kind of everywhere. It's just what happens to the manure after they do it. So what we were looking at is how many years it takes to get one manure pile per square yard. And with continuous grazing at typical stocking rates for Missouri, it was 27 years. In eastern Montana, that might be 100 years because of the lower stocking rate, lower productivity there in Montana. If we moved them every 2 weeks, it was 7 to 8 years. Every fourth day, 4 to 5 years. Every day, 1 to 2. And this was grazing at stock densities typically in the 30 to 45,000 pound range. And now on the irrigated pasture, we routinely graze at 70 to 100,000 pounds of live weight per acre. We will get a manure pile per square yard in every grazing cycle now. And that's kind of the distribution you want to maintain a healthy, functional phosphorus distribution across the whole pasture. Now, we did not count manure piles for 27 years. So we had to do some extrapolation and calculations to get to that number. The rest of these were actual, measured manure distribution counts that we did. Now you might wonder, well, in 27 years, isn't at some point one cow going to poop where another one already did? And way back in the 1950s, there were 2 statisticians at North Carolina State University who calculated the frequency upon which one manure pile falls on top of another one, which is a pretty cool thing to know. And so that's called the Peterson-Loomis distribution function. And we adjusted our data to make sure that we accounted for the likelihood of one manure pile falling on top of another. So you can sleep well tonight knowing that that was valid research. Then the last section we have here is increased biodiversity. Or as I said, some places you'll see this and read it as community dynamics. And I want to start first just looking at the pasture itself and plant diversity and think about what might be the expected benefit of plant diversity. Well, the more diverse the plant community, the more likely we are to have something green and growing more days of the year. And that translates potentially to more photosynthesis per acre. So that's greater forage production. Can give us more uniform seasonal forage production, balanced nutritional quality. And to me, a lot of that balanced nutritional quality is in the minerals. Because every one of these plants has a slightly different mineral profile. So the more plant diversity we put in front of our grazing animals, the more likely they're going to be able to get all their mineral needs met from the forage they're grazing, rather than us having to put out supplemental minerals. Better wildlife habitat. Now, this doesn't mean one more stinking white-tailed deer. When I'm talking about the wildlife here, I'm talking about the birds, the bees, the butterflies, the pollinators, everything that contributes to a healthier and more functional ecosystem. And, bees and pollinators are an important part of that. A lot of the insects are a part of this. So the broader the plant diversity, the broader the animal community that will live within that. These things work towards giving us improved soil health and something that we call ecological stability, or as more popularly expressed these days, I would say resilience. All across our culture and society, resilience has become an important word. Well, resilience was always an important word in agriculture because we have floods, droughts, fires, grasshopper plagues, all of these things that cause disturbances in our plant communities. The broader the diversity that is out there, the more quickly the plant community responds to and recovers from all these disturbances. There's two levels of diversity I want to talk about. We have species diversity and functional diversity. So if we look at just this basically square yard plot, and we saw this earlier, this is where we were doing the solar energy capture measurements. This study was called the diversity study because that's what we were looking at, was diverse plant communities. So in this 1 square yard, we could go in there and identify that there was Kentucky bluegrass, smooth bromgrass, orchard grass, timothy, red clover, white clover, birdsfoot trefoil, and dandelions. So that's 8 different plant species on that square yard. This is in a tame seeded pasture. As we go into native plant communities, typically we even see broader diversity than this. If we were in the heart of the tall grass prairie region, and we took a typical acre of prairie and counted individual plant species out there, you'd typically end up with over 300. Native grasslands tend to be very diverse plant communities if they have not been degraded by human mismanagement. I'm not going to say degraded by grazing. I'm going to say degraded by human mismanagement, because that's what actually gives us the problem. So that's our species diversity. Now, if you look at the plants there, you can see that we could group them. We had some different types of plants there, right? So that's where functional groups come in. And a functional group is a set of plants that have similar characteristics and behave similarly in the ecosystem. So in our example, one of our functional groups would be cool season perennial grasses, where we had smooth brome, Kentucky blue, orchard grass, and timothy. Now, in most sciences, we have what are called lumpers and splitters. Lumpers like to have a few groups, and if there's any remote similarity, we put it all into that group. Splitters want to go for the fine hairs of, well, these plants aren't really doing the same thing. And so if we were lumpers, this would be a group, but if we were splitters, we would further split this down. And if it were a live session, I'd ask, does anybody see how we would split it? I'll tell you how we would split it. Smooth bromgrass and Kentucky bluegrass are sod-forming grasses, right? They have underground rhizomes that tie the whole plant together, and buds off those rhizomes are where new grass shoots come off. Orchard grass and timothy are bunch grasses. They don't have these underground stems. They have basal tillers. So an individual clump can become larger, but only to a point. So functionally, those are 2 different types of plants in the ecosystem. Within a functional group, the plants are very competitive with one another. I think we bypassed one because they have similar growth characteristics. They have similar needs. So they are competitive with one another. So in our example pasture here, we have cool season perennial grasses, cool season perennial legumes, cool season perennial forb. We have 3 functional groups. We have 3 sets of plants that are doing different things in the ecosystem. And functional diversity is more important than just simply species diversity. Functional groups are still competitive across each other, but they can also be complementary. Couple of examples. Again, if we go out into the central plains and the southern plains, we had perennial cool season grasses, perennial warm season grasses as primary components of the native prairie. They literally could occupy the same space, but they're growing at different times of the year. I have seen plenty of times where we have a patch of western wheatgrass, which is a rhizomatous grass, so it can be a fairly dense patch, but we have clumps of little blue stem, big blue stem, side oats grama, growing up through and amongst the cool season grass. The warm season grasses are just using that space at a different time of the year. And it's not at all uncommon to see out west here some of our grasses that grow in kind of a ring structure. The tiller out, the center part of it dies out, so you have a donut of one species of grass, and then inside that we might have a forb or a different seasonality of grass growing within that circle. So there's an example of complementarity. And then also another example is grasses and legumes, because one is a nitrogen fixer, one is a nitrogen user. The grass tends to be shallow rooted, the legume deep rooted, and they have different optimal temperature ranges for growth. So that's complementarity. And so as we start looking at grasslands, or as we start looking at seeding grasslands, taking cropland, converting it back to grasslands, we would want to do a seeding that included multiple functional groups, whatever would grow in our environment, so that we create a better basis of diversity in that plant community. The nitrogen fixation, we've seen that before. So this table here, this is a functional group and species listing of what our pastures in Missouri would like. You know, cool seasons, warm seasons, perennials, annuals, grasses, legumes, forbs. We had broad functional diversity. We had broad species diversity. This largely developed out of very simple near monoculture pastures. It developed in response to a change in grazing management. The change was growing from season-long set stocking to time-controlled grazing with appropriate recovery periods. And most of this stuff was out there. It just needed an opportunity to express itself. I have seen, some of you are probably familiar with the name Gabe Brown from North Dakota. And Gabe has similar listings of function and species from his pastures in North Dakota. Steve Kenyon up across the line in Alberta, same sort of thing. Most people who become serious about time-controlled grazing see this is one of the first things that they see starting to change is the diversity of their pastures. Sometimes we will interseed something to accelerate the process, but very often all the plants need is the opportunity to grow and express themselves. This is the same table from the irrigated pastures in Idaho. I just want to point out, we have no warm season annuals or perennials because we have no warm season there. So as we create diversity above ground, we also create diversity below ground. Each of these plants, their above ground expression is different, but their below ground expression is also. And this over the last, again, 15 plus or minus years is what we have learned creates a broad diversity in the microbial population under our pastures and the different functions that can be performed by all those different microbes there. So what we don't see going on below ground is every bit as important, maybe more important than what we see happening above ground in terms of diversity. And that's what that says. Microbes do a lot of different things in, processing organic matter, managing fertility, the nutrient cycles, degrading pollutants. One of the ones that doesn't get talked about nearly enough, though, is the control of pathogens. And I'm not sure that I have a slide in here on that. But you see different numbers that say for every pathogenic bacteria in the soil, there's 1,000 beneficial. For every pathogenic nematode, there's 200 beneficials. And that's why we want to avoid indiscriminately killing stuff, other life forms in the pasture, because most of the cousins of those other life forms are all beneficial to what we want our outcomes to be. So coming back here, it's more about mycorrhizal fungi, and yeah, we could talk an hour just about mycorrhiza and their role and function. But they're a critical part of holding the soil together and making the mineral cycles work. Tillage destroys the rhizosphere. This is why we want to avoid disturbing the soil. And I don't know if I think I already said it, that we went to that conference in Tennessee in September and found out that 90% of the crops planted in Tennessee are now done with no-till seedings, no ground disturbance at all. And that is actually, I believe, even more important in the Western states, that we transition more and more and more to no-till farming than it is even in the East. We already saw this earlier today. And this one here, just again, reinforcing the point that there's ongoing daily commerce between our pasture plants, the microbes underneath, and the stronger that biological function we have underground, the more productive without purchased inputs all of our pasture and rangeland is going to be. Microbial populations, that's the foundation of health and functioning grassland communities without fertilizers. Just a couple more points here. I think most of you probably recognize leafy spurge when you see it. And this is a place that we commonly see leafy spurge is riparian areas that are completely taken over by spurge. It isn't that cattle is a problem. It is that the cattle were too long in this location, and they were allowed to degrade the competitive native grasses that were along this stream corridor. And because they were there too long and they bared the ground, spurge was the plant that was opportunistic to take its place. Now we have this problem to deal with. And you say, some people say, well, we got to spray it. And other people say, you can't spray that. That's going to pollute that water and contaminate all that. We could graze it with goats. We could graze it with sheep. We could do this. We could do that. The 40-20 hindsight is we shouldn't have screwed it up in the first place, and we wouldn't be dealing with this problem. Oh, and we can say the same thing about cheatgrass, Medusa head, and a whole bunch of other stuff. But we didn't know. We're innocent. We didn't know. All right. Stream banks and fishermen. Oh, look at this. The cattle have destroyed the quality trout fishing here. No, some human being destroyed it by having the cattle there at the wrong time of the year, and again for too long. Some interesting work done down in Wyoming. Bob Budd, before he was with the stock growers, when he was with Nature Conservancy on this Red Rock Ranch, or not Red Rock, Red Canyon Ranch, they did a really good evaluation of timing of putting cattle into riparian areas and the impact on different woody species. And so what they found is if they put cattle in the spring, basically as these were just budding out an early leaf, 80% of the woody species were browsed by cattle in the spring. Well, they come out of winter typically protein deficient. Tree buds are typically 30% plus or minus protein. And so of course they're going to key in on eating, all those woody buds, because that's the best protein source they can get that at that time of the year. If they delayed grazing till summer, when the leaves were fully emerged, only 30% were browsed in the summertime. If they deferred use all the way until autumn, less than 10% of the woody species had any browsing done on them. So guess what? If you're trying to clear a stream of brush, when do you want to graze it? In the spring. If you're trying to allow woody species to increase on your stream corridors, you don't graze it until fall or winter. Now, if you're going to graze it in the winter, you got to make sure there is something for those animals to eat besides the trees. And, you know, my experience is that we can get cattle behind an electric fence to basically eat anything. In a lot of ways, that's a positive, but it can also be a negative. If we hold them in there too tight, we will force them to eat stuff normally they wouldn't have. So I think this is the last slide here. How do we create great diversity in pastures? You know what? It's pretty well the same thing we've talked about for all the other ecosystem processes. Leave adequate residual, provide appropriate recovery periods, vary the season of use. And if you want to accelerate the rate of diversity increase, you might interseed something else in there. And again, there's that book ad. 45 pounds of books I've lugged. I might just have to sit up tonight and read a bunch of, I've already read all of them. I probably won't sit up and read them tonight. Visit our website, have it there. Again, my contact information. We will stop the share and answer any questions if there's, or, you know, I haven't done a real good job of answering the questions exactly yet. So I'll try my best to answer some questions. We got anything out there, Amy?
Can you hear me all right, Jim?
I can hear you.
You, I know it probably varies based on the product slide, but do you know offhand how long the effect of a parasiticide applied cattle remains on them that would negatively impact other organisms? So for example, after you board cattle for parasite control, how long afterwards does that effect remain in them in their
Okay, good question. How long does, so I think I understood the question. How long does that effect persist?
Yeah, in the cattle and manure.
Okay, so the longer acting your dewormer is, the longer the effect on soil organisms is going to be, because the chemical and or its metabolites are going to continue to be excreted out as long as that chemical has any function within the animal. So it can be, you know, quite persistent. You know, with Ivomec, you know, there's some work that claims 6 to 9 months, but I think 2 to 3 months is probably the more realistic number. Now, when I first became aware of something like this happening, we were doing a, in the field of land-grant university research, believe it or not, we don't necessarily have a lot of money to get stuff done. And so we will overlay projects. And one of those big grazing studies we were doing, where we were doing manure counts and, you know, tracking and monitoring with the livestock entomologist. He wanted to do a trial on a larvicide bolus, vigilante is what it was called. And, you know, in those naive days, we said, sure, you can just overlay that on this grazing trial. And I mean, all you're doing is controlling flies. It's not going to be a factor. And so we put vigilante boluses in half the cattle and half of them didn't. And there were multiple replications. It was across some different grazing treatments. And the technician and students were bringing in manure count numbers that just did not make sense. There was because we know the average cow shits 10.6 times a day. I mean, that's kind of a fixed number for us. But we were getting counts of manure piles that were way in excess of what they should have been. So I went out and looked at it and came to the realization that they were counting old manure piles because there was no decomposition on them at all. And so then we started looking at it, and we found that vigilante as a fly larvicide basically stopped all other biological life from happening in cow pies for 2 to 3 years. That's how much it changed the persistence of manure piles. And then we started looking into other things. Then we saw, the research coming out of what Ivomec was doing to dung beetles, and then the list of additional non-target organisms that it was hitting, started to grow and grow and grow. And I realized that that whole ripple effect, that unintended consequences, we had no idea that this would happen, but why did we believe that it wouldn't? Okay. Did I answer the question? All right. Others?
Environment, are there strategies we can use in the wintertime to reduce urine volatilization of nitrogen?
Okay. Another good question there. So in the wintertime, ways that you reduce urine volatilization is basically feed hay on covered ground. And when we fed hay, we changed the location. So on the ranch in Idaho, there were few winters that hay had been made on our unit and we fed up there. I fed out on the pasture, flaking out bales, and we fed in a different location every day. The big volatile losses are if you're feeding on the same ground and if you're feeding on bare ground. And you might start in a field that looked like it had good cover on it. But if you keep feeding in the same area out there, you bare the ground, and that's when ammonia volatility is going to increase. If you're feeding that on a different location, spreading them out, in a field that had adequate residual in it when you last grazed it, that will definitely minimize the loss. That's what I prefer to do. The way some people deal with it is, they actually feed in confinement in that bedded stack. And so they keep adding bedding, the high carbon, low nitrogen, nature of straw or any other corn stover, something like that. That traps more nitrogen almost immediately, following urination. But those would be the two main strategies: is feed on ground that has still has good residual and litter cover on it, and move where you're feeding. Either that or you go to the bedding stack approach. Anything else?
Have you ever seen the cases where in like a cold, dry environment where you said the manure breakdown can take a lot longer? Have you ever seen instances where the microbial activity under the soil, where the insects or the microorganisms was so good that it kind of counteracted that negative effect of temperature and lack of moisture?
Okay, feeding out on dry land, no. You can feed, if on irrigated pasture, you had created a healthy, vigorous biology through good management in the growing season. If you feed out on that in the winter time, the rate of cow pie disappearance will be greater because of the biology that's there. And what you might see is that it's not necessarily disappearing over the winter, but as soon as spring comes and the temperatures warm up a bit, you see it seem to vanish fairly quickly. But on dry land, I do not see that. Sorry. Anything else? If not, we'll take a 15-minute break now, and we will then move on to the final session of the day. Excuse me. So we're going to finish up talking about the why and how of pasture subdivision. I've already said a couple of times, to me, what we're really managing is not just smaller and smaller areas, but smaller and smaller increments of time. And there's a listing here of the various things we're, trying to affect. Think you're largely, have already been informed of what the reasons for that are. So we'll move on. The more you want to control these things, the more subdivision that you need. And we've already been here. It's about space and time. We want to think about creating smaller increments of time. So now we're going to talk about how do we decide how much we need. And continuing on with this, theme of that we have both productive environments and we have rangeland environments. How do we decide what to do? When we're in a productive environment, we're really thinking about how effectively are we managing that solar panel? How effectively are we harvesting what's there? How quickly can we move away from this field to start it recovering again? So we're really thinking a lot about residual and utilization on this day at this, moment in time. When we go out and we look at the rangeland, it's more concern about how effectively are we using the entire landscape. It's still over the course of time, but rather than worrying about, how are they grazing this spot this day, it's a broader view, a longer term view of overall how are we using the resource. So this is the things we look at as we begin to develop a plan for how we're going to develop infrastructure there. And the first two here are evaluate your resources, develop your goals. And some people say, which comes first? It's a chicken or egg kind of thing, isn't it? Well, I think if you are committed to a particular piece of property, you evaluate your resources and then you develop your goals in the context of that resource. If you are just, thinking about getting into the ranching business, well, I think you develop your goals and then you look for a property that's going to allow you to work towards those goals. But in the existing ranching world, I think you always have to develop your goals in the context of your resources. We're very much interested in working with the terrain. How can we capitalize on the strong aspects of this property? How do we minimize the drag of the weak points? Usually, again, at an in-person session, I would have done some demographic questions at the beginning of this session. And one of those is always, who is completely dry land, who has irrigation, from passing through and working in your part of the world different times in the past. I'm guessing that not a lot of you use irrigation. If you are, then we look at what is the irrigation system? How does our infrastructure for grazing have to fit in with the irrigation? We generally look at a couple of different options. We do a cost benefit analysis. Then we begin implementation of the project. So regardless of where you are in the country, it really comes down to what stock water for most people is the limitation on their grazing practices. It's largely where animals spend their time is driven by what the proximity to water is. We have natural water resources we can work with. We can develop, tank and pipeline systems to put water different places on the landscape where we find it to be most useful to be. But water is key. And I'm going to look at a few research examples that illustrate the importance of water. So this is work done down in Wyoming. Dick Hart was a ARS scientist, and he was very anti-rotational grazing. He's one of those people who, I think to the day he died, believed that, you know, totally just in stocking rate management, you figure an appropriate number of animals, you put it out there, put them out there, and you just leave them there till it's all gone. So this is research that is done by a skeptic. They were looking at a 2,500 acre range unit, and some of the findings from the study, and the way we do grazing distribution work, and this picture that's here, that is not the research side, it's just a picture I've got in there for illustration. But if that pond there, that dugout, if that is the water source, we would, depending on, you know, the scale and the level that we wanted to look at the detail, we would go out 100 feet, 200 feet, 300 feet, 400 feet, 500 feet, or maybe it's 100 yards, 200 yards, 300 yards, 400 yards, but at measured increments away from the water source, typically on a minimum of 3 transects, we would measure the forage availability every 100 feet or every 100 yards. In a set stocking study, we do that multiple times a year. And that is how we monitor what part of the landscape is being used by the grazing livestock. Now, today, with the GPS collars and things like that, it is much easier to track the animals' movements of where they've gone all over the pasture, but it doesn't necessarily measure where they have grazed, how long they spent that time. But anyway, Dr. Hart, he found 77% of the grazing was occurring within 1/4 mile of the water source, but 65% of the rangeland was more than 1/4 mile away. Rangeland within 660 foot of the water source was degraded. Rangeland beyond 3,000 feet was underutilized. There's a problem there on that piece of landscape. And the basic problem is 77% of the grazing was coming from 35% of the pasture. So not every acre is carrying its share of the load. And as this is repeated over time, the poor gets poorer and the rich get richer. This one was done in Texas. And again, same setup of how the study was done, but they could measure, and this was pretty flat country where they did this work in Texas. At 1,600 feet is where they first measured a change in utilization, and then out to 1/2 mile, 2,640 feet, it was measurable. Something being measurable and something being economically feasible to do something about can be 2 different things. What they found was the change in grazing distribution was significant enough beyond 1/2 mile that, given the costs of water development and the value of livestock at the time, if travel distance exceeded 1/2 to 3/4 of a mile, it paid to develop additional water sources. With much higher cattle prices today compared to when this work was done, it's probably even more feasible to do a development. So there's 2 rangeland examples of what, you know, goes on with grazing distribution, and can kind of go with the conclusion that there's a breakdown in grazing use when animals are traveling more than 1/4 of a mile. Now, Dick Hart's study said it was only 1/4 of a mile. This one says 1/2 mile. 1/2 mile is the figure we usually use in rangeland, and that's the distance we want to keep the cattle within for access to water. This is this is from Texas A&M also, but it's not Jerry Stuth's work. This was far west Texas work, so getting out towards El Paso. And this breaks the travel distance down by 1/2 mile increments, and their target for grazing was 50% utilization. they maintain the 50% utilization up to a half a mile from water, beyond a half a mile. So from a half a mile to 1 mile out, the use dropped to 38%. Now that doesn't mean it's a 12% reduction, because remember the target is 50%. That reduction down to 38% by having them travel a half mile to a mile is a 24% loss in carrying capacity. That starts to become a significant amount of dollars. And then as they moved out all the way out to 2 to 2.5 miles, 12% was what the utilization was down to. So that was a 76% drop in utilization, or in other words, a 76% lower carrying capacity on an acre of ground that was over 2 miles from water compared to an acre that was within a half a mile of water. Now, this is the one that a lot of Westerners find really shocking, because this next one, this comes from Missouri, which is a high heat, high humidity, high stress environment for grazing cattle, especially if they're black. So what we did in this study, we had a 160 acre unit, so a quarter section. We split it up into 16 10-acre pastures. And those pastures were either square, a 2x1 length width ratio rectangle, or a 4x1. So a 4x1 means the pasture is 4 times longer than it is wide. In a 10-acre layout, that has your maximum travel distance to water at about 1,470 feet. In the square 10 acres, it's a little less than 900 feet maximum travel distance to water. So we measured grazing utilization every 100 feet moving away from water. And this one right here is for a 1x2 rectangle. Maximum travel distance to water, just over 1,100 feet. Our target again was 50% utilization. And you can see through the middle part of the pasture, we were hitting that right on. Within the first 100 to 200 feet of water, we were overutilizing the pasture. But once we got to 800 feet, utilization dropped like a rock. Now, most of these pastures had shade on the back side of the pasture. And what happened, the animals would, drink, they'd graze away from water, then they'd run to the shade. When they got up from shade, they didn't start grazing. They went all the way back, got a drink of water, and then repeated that pattern. And so there were about 5 grazing cycles a year on each 10-acre pasture over the course of this study. And as you might imagine, the front part of the pasture got increasingly hammered, because that's the best quality feed in the pasture, because it was phase 1, it was slower recovery. And what they didn't graze the first time off of a pasture, it just got more rank, and they wanted less and less to do with it. So as the season went on, this overuse became more severe. This underuse became less and less and less. So even in a pasture as small as 10 acres, there can be a difference in grazing use depending on the environment that it's in. In the northeast Montana environment, on rolling range land, probably a half a mile is the maximum travel distance. We would ask cattle to go to water. If it were flat rangeland, we might push that out to 3/4 of a mile. Depends on the composition and the mindset of the herd. But we definitely wouldn't be asking cattle to walk, a mile or 2 miles to access stock water, because that really results in lowered carrying capacity on every one of those acres that's beyond that threshold distance. So we've got 2 basic approaches to grazing cell design that we're going to talk to. I think we're going to talk about it here shortly. Those are fixed grazing cells and flexible grazing cells. A fixed grazing cell uses permanent watering points, permanent fence. Now, when I talk about permanent fence, I'm not talking, 4 or 5 strands of barbed wire. I'm talking 1 or 2 wires of electrified high tensile. A flexible grazing cell, we use a framework of permanent fence and water, but we do most of our subdivisions using poly wire. All right, so when we're looking at a fixed grazing cell, we think about, how do you figure the size of the paddock? How much fence are you going to have to build? On a flexible grazing cell, we're looking at how much permanent fence do we need just to create this framework within which we can then do further subdivision with polywire. So frequency of rotation is the main determinant of how many pastures you're going to need. And we've already talked about the benefits for shorter grazing periods. Now we're going to get into the nuts and bolts of how do you actually design a grazing cell to accomplish those goals. So the yeah, I'm just looking at this picture and I'm shocked at how green those hills are. This is part of our rangeland that's off of the pivots out onto the desert. And I don't know when I took this picture, but I think it's been 3 or 4 years since we've had a spring where the hills were that green. Okay, that was just an aside. So how large a pasture should be? Well, what's the typical availability of forage in that pasture when you plan to graze it? How much is there to eat? That's obviously a factor. All right. So how many head are we going to have in the herd? What class of animal is it? What do they weigh? And how frequently do we want to move them? That's the determining factor for how big we're going to make a pasture. The planning criteria that we use is for each in dry country. And for me, dry country is if we've got less than 20 inches annual precipitation. We plan 1 rotation for each 10-inch rainfall received annually. Now, as far north as you are, we might cut that down to 7 or 8 inches. But in this example, I'm going to go to 10. And part of this is a learn by doing. How responsive is your range? How responsive are your pastures? And you'll kind of figure this out. So these are the broad guidelines. 10-inch rainfall, plan 1 rotation. So if the annual precipitation were 18 inches, we would plan for 1.8 rotations. And you say, well, what does that mean? That means every pasture is going to get grazed once, and then 80% of them are going to get grazed a second time. Very often, the second grazing is going to be in the dormant season. Some of them are going to be twice in the growing season. And if we have a pasture that in 2022 was grazed twice in the growing season, we would make sure that was a once a year graze in 2023. Now, someone said, at Culbertson there that it's 1.4, maybe 1.6 inches. So let's say it's not 1.4, 14 or 16 inches. We'll say 15. So that would be 1.5 rotations. Everything is going to get grazed once during the growing season. Half the pasture are going to get a second grazing. At that level of 1.5, probably the second grazing is going to be in the dormant season. For how long do you stay on a pasture? Before I moved west, I thought, well, hell yeah, things don't grow very fast on the range. You can probably stay there for a month. After I was out here a few years, I cut that back to 2 to 3 weeks. Every additional year that, I've been living and working in a low rainfall environment, I have been shortening what I think is a reasonable period of occupation, for grazing a pasture. And I'm down to 5 to 7 days now. That 5 to 7 days is not because of how fast the grass regrows, and I'm afraid of taking the second bite off of it. It's more about managing for rumen function. Most of you probably know that ruminant animals do not have to have They don't have to consume intact protein every day. Monogastrics like us, humans, dogs, pigs, we have to eat intact protein every day. Ruminants do not, twice a week, and they're good. And so our grazing periods on rangeland are based more on the protein availability in the range at that time than it is on plant management. In irrigated land and high natural rainfall environments further to the east, during the growing season, our management is all about keeping those grazing periods short so we can start recovery faster. Short grazing periods in rangeland are more about managing for a healthy rumen, functional rumen, than it is about the plant side of it. So we're going to think in terms of 5 to 7 days is how long we want our grazing period to be. Now I'll come right out here and now and say daily would be better. But that's because I have seen down in Mexico the power of daily rotation in the Chihuahuan Desert. And I've also seen the power of daily rotation through 24/7 herding on public lands in Idaho. It's a hard idea to sell to a lot of people, though. If I can get people thinking 5 to 7 days, that's real progress. Okay, so this is the way we're going to look at it then. We have the average length of the grazing period, how many grazing cycles we expect there to be in a year, and how many total days we want the animals to be here. So I'm using an example of year-round grazing. We want the animals to be out here using this 365 days. We have decided that 5 days is the maximum that we want to stay on any pasture. We're going to do 1.8 grazing cycles a year because of our 18-inch precipitation. So what that tells us is we need 40 pastures. But it's important to remember, I thought it was going to be the next slide. It's important to remember that is 40 pastures for one herd. If you're running 3 herds of cattle, it's 40 pastures per herd. So that'd be a total of 120. Now you begin to see why we like flexible grazing cells better than we like fixed grazing cells. Because creating 120 paddocks, all with permanent fence, is a pretty hefty investment. If we create the framework and have, 30 permanent pastures that we can further subdivide with polywire, we can create the 120 increments of feed that we need with a much lower fence investment. All right, so the next slide that did come up is in wet country. So that would be irrigated land or high natural rainfall land. We plan 7 inches of water to support one grazing event. And up where you are, we might be able to cut that down to 5 inches. You'd have to see. In a productive environment, because grass starts going so much quickly, usually in just 3 to 4 days after it's been bitten off, that is our determining factor for how long the grazing period, the period of occupancy, is going to be. And so here we've cut it down to just 3 to 4 days. We want to leave plenty of residual behind. We don't want the animals taking the second bite. So now we do the same calculation, and we say in our environment, because we have 28 inches of rain, we're going to do 4 cycles. Average length of stay is 3 days. So that says for 365 days of grazing, we need 31 pastures. Now you can see if you're in an environment where you're going to want to say, there's no way I can graze 365 days a year. And you figure out how many days you do expect to be able to graze. And you might say it's 300. So rather than using 365 days here, we would have done 300 days. If you say, yeah, I'll let them stay 4 days, we would do 4 days here. And that would change then the outcome here of how many pastures you need. Again, emphasizing this is the number of pastures per herd, not across the entire property. So coming back, talking about fixed and flexible cells. So the fixed grazing cell is permanent fence and water points. Again, this is how we define a permanent fence, 1 or 2 electrified high tensile wires on solid ends and corners with line posts. The wire can't knock the wire off. That's important to us, is the wire staying on the post. If we're doing sheep or goats, we'd up that to 3 wires rather than just 1 or 2. The place we run, we are 2 wire fences on most of it. A lot of the initial grazing cell development, I did after I came west with 2 wires. More and more and more of our customer and clients are just doing single wire fences. We started with 2 wire fences, based on the hot ground model where, and you can see on this fence, the top wire is insulated and energized. The bottom wire is just tied off. It goes, to a ground system. And we thought on dry land, you would need the hot ground system. What we have found more and more and more, you just put in a big enough energizer, properly grounded, and whether it's bone dry in the summer or frozen ground in the winter, we'll still shock them. So more and more, we're just doing single wires. Our preferred line posts in electric fence are either the wood plastic composites like a Pasture Pro post or the poly T-post from Timeless Fence. We like them because they're self-insulating, they're flexible, they tend to stay in the ground fairly well, and they're lighter weight. And where we ship stuff all over the country, having a lighter weight post rather than, steel or fiberglass does cut down on shipping costs. Once you put a permanent stock water in, it becomes the focal point for animal behavior and distribution now. So we like to put a lot of thought into where exactly we're going to install tanks. The higher we can put them up on the landscape, the better we like it. And the reason for that is when you look at the movement of soil minerals, every natural force is basically moving water and subsequently minerals downhill. If we put water points higher up on the landscape, and there's always a gradient, manure gradient towards the water point, even in small paddocks and frequent moves, we're asking the animals to move minerals uphill because everything else is going to run and take them downhill. So we like water points up on as high a point on the landscape as we can put them and still have reasonable animal access. So where we live in central Idaho, and I imagine it's similar here, 7 feet is the recommended burial depth to be below historic frost line. It's expensive to put pipe down that deep. We did not do it. We are spring-fed water, and so we rely on continuously flowing water to keep all of our pipelines from freezing. So we only put them in at about 3 foot depth. HDPE pipe, I think probably know, is high density polyethylene. This is the burst. I don't want to say burst proof pipe. I'm going to say burst resistant pipe. The reason it works is water, when it freezes, has a maximum expansion rate of 7% of volume. Most HDP pipe is engineered for either 14 or 15% expansion capacity. So the pipe can freeze solid and it won't split because it hasn't exceeded, the volume of frozen water hasn't exceeded the pipe's ability to expand. Now, over time, years and years and years of freezing solid, contracting back down, yes, maybe that pipe is eventually going to split. Most of the pipe we sell is a 30-year below frost line warranty. I didn't mention, I'm not real good about advertising sometime other than the books. So our business, American Grazing Land Services, for those of you who don't know, my wife and son run the product sales side of the business. We sell electric fence, stock water supplies, forage seed, livestock weighing systems, you know, all kind of stuff like that. So there's the advertisement. So we put the pipes in at a shallower depth, but we rely on flowing water. If you're not using a water system in the wintertime, you can certainly bury it more shallow, blow the line out at the onset of winter and live with that. I think putting water down for any kind of distance at that 7+ foot depth is basically unaffordable. When we install troughs, we're generally putting them at locations, you know, to water multiple pastures. And, you know, 4 is very commonly what we do. Sometimes it's, you know, just 2, sometimes it's 3. 6 is about the most that I like to do. I am not a fan of wagon wheels at all because of the narrow points that those can come down to the cell center. We tend to get a lot of land degradation in those areas closest to the cell center. So we use a water block design, typically serving 2, 3, or 4 pastures. Now, this is illustration of our farm back in Missouri, and it's only 260 acres, and that's pretty small by Western standards, but we could graze a cow unit 365 days of the year on 2.05 acres. So this is still 100+ cow unit. And my wife was in the fence business, so I could buy fence cheap, and I got carried away. There's 76 permanent paddocks there. On that 260 acres, there's 26 miles of electric fence. That is a mile of fence every 10 acres. I admit it, I got carried away. But that's a fixed grazing cell. Fortunately, when I did it, you know, prices were fairly low and it was cheap to do. Every red line there is a permanent electrified high tensile fence. And then the only part of our perimeter that wasn't electrified high tensile, was this fence right there. So there was 3/4 of a mile of barbed wire fence. Everything else, all the perimeters were electric as well. The blue lines are buried pipelines. The blue spots are year-round drinking facilities. Every other fence line, there's a quick coupler valve for attaching a movable water tank at it. So we had some permanent waters. We used some portable water. So this is kind of a combination system here. So that's on 260 acres. Here's an example on 8,000+ acres. And I don't have it set up to do it by segments, but when we started working with this ranch on the 8,000 acres, they carried about 350 cows. Now, the light blue circles here are all individual tanks on windmills. And that's how this was laid out. The orange lines in here were existing barbed wire fences, and they had like 15 pastures on the place. Now, they did not rotate those 350 cows through 15 pastures. Each one of those pastures had a herd of 20 to 50 cows in it. And the number of cows in each pasture was dictated by what the capacity of those windmills were. And that was their limitation. They could not deliver enough water. Now, there was a well down here. This is in the Nebraska Sand Hills. getting close to the southeast side of them. And this well down in the southeast corner was a 140 gallon a minute well, which is very, very good well for that area. And so the dark blue line is the pipeline. And it starts out as a 4-inch pipeline. There's 14 miles of water line there. The dark blue circles are new tanks that were put in. Over time, most of these existing tanks all got tied into the system. They started using a solar pump rather than the windmill on a lot of these. And what they found is the well itself actually had enough water to support, 350 cows if it was a solar pump with battery storage. The windmills couldn't do it, but a high capacity solar pump could do it. So, and then the yellow lines are 2-wire. Well, they were supposed to be 2-wire high tensile fences. Most of them went in with single wires. So that is a fixed grazing cell on 8,000 plus acres. We're actually at the end of this presentation, we're going to come back to this property and talk about what they did once they put that infrastructure in place. So that contrasted two different scales of putting in a fixed grazing cell. And this figure here, we're looking at the acres in the grazing unit and then the material cost to subdivide to 10 paddocks. And I haven't updated these dollars lately. It doesn't matter what the actual dollars are. We're looking at the relationship here. And I start out taking 10 acres and splitting it into 10 1-acre pastures with permanent fence, and it was over $70 an acre, just material cost. Then you come all the way out here to a section of land, 640 acres, put it into 10 64-acre pastures, and the cost drops down to about $7 an acre. If you understand anything about the relationship of perimeter to area, as you go to a larger area, it takes less footage of fence per acre to enclose it. So a fixed grazing cell on small properties are very expensive. A fixed grazing cell on larger properties are not very expensive at all. So there's definitely advantage to fixed cells the larger the property is. This figure here is a similar thing, except it's stock water development costs, and we have the number of cows here, and then annualized water development cost. And we're comparing a continuous graze with a pond every 160 acres to a 24 paddock MIG system with piped water in every one. But what you see is if you have a low number of cows, it's expensive to water them. If you have a big number of cows, it's not so expensive to water them. So again, fixed grazing cells, advantage to big properties, disadvantage to little properties. And that's what this slide right here says. So that brings us to a flexible grazing cell design. As I said, that's portable fence and water facilities within a framework of permanent fence. And so this picture here, this is a little dairy farm in Missouri, but there's a 1-wire high tensile fence that splits this field lengthwise. It's further subdivided then using polywire, and there's a movable tank here. So that's the basic tools. We use a lot of over-the-surface pipelines and flexible grazing cells, quick coupler attachment valves, relatively small movable tanks. So the size of the tank depends on number of head and recharge rate. Now, again, in a live in-person workshop, I'd ask the question, well, how many head of cattle can you water out of a tank that size? And I'll get, answers typically from 20 to 200. And then we go to this slide. And so right there is that tank. Now, that tank was a little bit of trick photography. That's actually a 180-gallon tank, not a 30-gallon tank. This is not a garden hose. It is a 1.25 inch HDPE line that's supplying it. All right, so what do we got going on here? We have 550 pairs on 2.5 acres, and they're watering at that single tank. How does that work? They're so close to water, they learn quickly, well, it's always there. They can go get a drink. As long as you can put water into that tank faster than animals can drink it out, it'll never go dry. Now, the way, and I mean, you can't even see the fence. You can see the temporary fence here, but there's a single wire high tensile fence here, single wire high tensile fence here, and every 330 feet back across here, there is one of those single wire high tensile fences. On every other fence, there is a poly line over the surface. That is the supply line for the stock water system. So there's, and every 330 feet, there's a water valve where they can attach it. If it gets to the point that the one tank does not serve the 550 pairs because it's got hotter or whatever, they just put another tank over here. Now, 550 pairs on 2.5 acres, you say, boy, that can't feed them for very long. And no, it does not. This is a multiple move per day. This herd gets moved 3 or 4 times a day through this. And they will move like that, you know, back across this whole area. So the portable fence that we use to subdivide, if you have the right tools, it's easy work to do. What I have said for many, many years, probably said it the first time 30 years ago, I want a grazing cell that a 12-year-old kid, and this one's only about 8, or a lady from New York City can operate. And if a lady from New York City or a 12-year-old kid can operate it, eventually most middle-aged ranchers will figure out they can also do it. But we want to make this work easy, and so we use the right kind of tools to accomplish that. Those basic tools are a braided poly wire, and I emphasize the braided poly wire because it's got higher conductivity, greater braking strength, and better visibility than what your twisted or standard poly wires have. We use it on a geared reel, 3-to-1 gear ratio, so you can make these fences up faster than a straight crank, and step in posts. And within each of those products, we have specific ones that we think are the best and, you know, that we recommend using. We've evaluated just about every step-in post made over the last 40 years anywhere in the world. We've tried a lot of different reels. We've done different braided material products. And there are, in each of those categories, there's definitely better choices than some of the others. So this is back to our farm in Missouri. And if I knew in 1985 what I know today, I would have done it differently. And we would have done it as flexible grazing cell. The stock water system would not have changed much, but whereas I said the actual layout we did as a fixed grazing cell had 26 miles of electric fence. This one has about 9.5 miles of fence. So there would have been a big savings in the fence setup, and we would have had way more management flexibility. I don't know if you figured it out, but if you have 76 paddocks on 260 acres, you're about 3 acres per paddock. And that really limits your management flexibility. Here, you know, what we call these layouts, where's my cursor? There. We call these grazing corridors. And so we create, you know, long grazing corridors that we further split with the poly fences. And that gives us, as few or as many paddocks as we need for any grazing event. Okay, I'm going to go through 2 examples of what we've accomplished with a couple of clients through subdividing pasture, making that investment in stock, water, and fence infrastructure. This is over in southwest Montana. It's a 4-section winter range unit. When we started working with them, there's no interior fence anywhere on the unit. The only water source was that spring down in the southeast corner. It's a mixture of native rangeland and seeded rangeland. So where the texture kind of looks like this, like up on this bench, and then there's a big coulee through here and down in this corner, that's native range. If it looks like it has striping in here, it does, because this was long-term wheat fallow cropping system. And the coloration difference you see here is probably reflective of which strip was cropped and which was fallowed in the last year. All right, so I was doing speaking at a conference at Dillon, Montana, and the manager of this place, caught me afterwards because I was talking about winter grazing at that particular conference. And, he caught me afterwards and said, I got a place I'd really like you to look at because I think we need to do something different. And so it was in February of 2005 that I was speaking there at Dillon. And in the winter of 04-05, they had 450 cows over there for 42 days before they had to start supplementing them. That's 7.2 animal unit days per acre harvested. Now, I've given this talk in Australia, so we've got stock days per hectare and hectares in here. I thought I'd erased all that out, but evidently I didn't. So the only thing I want you to see on this is, we do carrying capacity projections from soil survey data. And so this is the soil survey from that particular property, gives the expected range yield. We have our target utilization rate, and that would then give us the total AUMs expected to be harvested. And so it says that the carrying capacity of this property is about 29. Or the expected carrying capacity would be about 29 animal unit days per acre, and they're only harvesting 7. So obviously it's being underutilized. So in April, I went back over there, and with the manager, we went out and did our best estimate of what we thought the utilization of the standing forage across this unit was. And so down in that southeast corner near the spring, greater than 70% utilization, which for native grass in that region, so this is a 12 to 14 inch rainfall environment. That's, in my view, severely overused, even in a winter setting. This part of the seeded range at 60% was overused. We might say that 50% was appropriate. The native grass down through the coulee, we were at 40%, which probably appropriate. But then when you climb up out of the coulee and get on the other side, we're looking at 20, 30, less than 20% utilization. And you can see the obvious problem is it's just too great a travel distance, even in wintertime. It's too far from water to get uniform utilization across it. So in the summer of 05, they installed a stock water system, and this was NRCS designed. And so what was done, there's a county road that comes by here. So there's electricity here. So with electricity here, they went ahead and drilled a well and put in the pipeline and tank system to get water to all these other locations. The spring was developed, and the spring can actually water, from gravity, these two tanks here, as well as the one here. There's not enough head pressure to push water on up to these locations to water, but they could use spring water here. Mostly they're relying on the pumped well. There's still no interior fence because this was the first year of use. Every one of these tanks was installed with a shut-off valve so that it could be shut off, a stop and waste valve, so that it could be shut off and drained. The burial of the water line is at 7 feet, so it is below frost line. That water system cost them $72,000, by the way, which sounds like a lot of money. Had we done it the way we typically do, we figured we could have done it for about $54,000. So that's the range. And again, this is 17 years ago, and prices have come up since that time. But I just want you to think in terms of the economics of the time. $72,000 for the stock water system. So they ran 800 cows over there for 45 days before they had to start feeding supplement. So that's 13.6 AUDs per acre. So that's way better than the 7. Now, because this was the first winter of use, and all of these tanks also have overflow systems on them, so they shouldn't freeze up. These are all 13-foot tire tanks, overflow system going out to a French drain, so they don't develop any mud areas around. Really good stock water system. Because it's the first winter, they left everything turned on. So there was always water at every one of these points. And what that means is the cows could go all over this place and high grade out the high protein material. And that's what dictates when they're going to have to start feeding supplement, is when the protein availability drops to a point that requires supplementation. Because they gave animals free choice basically across the old 2,600 acres, in 45 days time, they'd high graded the protein out. So in the summer of 06, our crew went over there and put in 17 miles of 2-wire fence to split this up into 16 approximately 160 acre paddocks. Now, rather than allowing the cattle free access to high grade protein out of everything, they could put the cows into just one of those paddocks and run them there about a week, and then go to the next one, the next one, the next one. So this is just strip grazing on a very large scale. They are rationing out the protein that's inherent in that stockpiled forage. 900 cows, 85 days before anything was supplemented. The ones that were supplemented were the cows that had calved while they were still on the unit. There were 400 some cows that did not have, and their supplement that they're feeding is just, 3 to 4 pounds of alfalfa hay per head per day. There were 400 some cows that never had a bite of hay that winter. 29 animal unit days per acre, which is right what the soil survey said the carrying capacity should be. So through the fence and water project, they quadrupled their use, 400% improvement in the carrying capacity of that unit. So I don't know why that's off the screen. It said 5 years ago, they were feeding 2.5 to 3 tons of hay per cow per winter. Winter of 07, 08, they averaged 300 pounds. Now, we're going to do some quick math here. If we take 900 cows in that year, and we added 40 more days of grazing because of the fence and water infrastructure, and the ranch, good accounting, they knew at that time there was $1 per cow day savings if they were grazing rather than feeding hay. Right now, that differential is probably $1.60, $1.70. So 900 cows times 40 days times $1 per cow day. Their annual savings in, the hay supplement was $36,000. Do you remember that the stock water system cost $72,000? 2 years hay savings pays for the stock water system. The fence, because we did the whole project, material and labor, the invoice we handed them was just over $33,000. 1 year's hay feeding paid for all that fence. So in 3 years' time, using these numbers, they paid for all of that infrastructure. So all that savings now could potentially go to the bottom line. Probably 2 years ago, I talked to the manager of this place and asked him, how much hay they were feeding these days. And this was before the onset of this drought, so it may have been 3 years ago. He said it had been 7 years since they had fed any hay. And that is the power of having good fence and water infrastructure for winter grazing. Now we're going to go back to the ranch in Nebraska. And, they had bought an additional 900 acres since we began that project, and I don't have it drawn in. But this section here and another half section that extends over here, that was the 960 acres they added. As I said, they'd been carrying 400 cow-calf pairs here, feeding hay for 3 or 4 months. Oh, this is the original layout before. Yeah, I didn't know it's going to be in here. So this is how the layout was before. As I said, the number of head in each pasture was set by the capacity of the windmill. 20 to 50 cows. Yeah, we've been there. And the only rotation was from winter pasture to from the summer pastures here to their winter feeding area, which was this country up in here. All right. So talked about the good well down here in the southeast corner, put in, there it says 10 miles of pipeline. When they started tying the others in, it added another 4 miles, 9 new stock tanks. This was done in 2014, I believe, 2014 or 2015. And that cost them $29 an acre to put that in. Put in 19 miles of the 2-wire fence, increased the paddock number from 18 to 60. The installed cost was $7 an acre. So the fence and water infrastructure here cost a total of $36. They went from running 400 cows to 800 cow equivalents. They don't run 800 cows. They run 800 cow equivalents now. They running about 450 cows, and then the balance is custom grazed replacement heifers and summer stockers. They reduced the hay feeding from 3 to 4 months to $30, or less than 30 days, which saved them $140 US. And again, this was several years ago. Native grasses that they had not seen for many, many years now abound across the ranch. Numerous sand blowouts are already grassing back in. So the total project cost was $36 US an acre. At today's prices, that would probably be $70 an acre. We'll go with that. So the alternative is they could have bought another 8,964 acres for about $900 an acre. They would have had closing costs, fees, more property tax, added debt, and they would continue to degrade the ground. So we're going to jump up from that $36 that they spent and go here. So they spent $283,000 on the infrastructure, no closing costs, no added property tax. They increased their labor efficiency, reduced overall operating costs, reduced overhead costs, improved the land. The cheapest ranch that you'll ever buy is the ranch you buy through improving the carrying capacity of what you already have. And for most people, that is a stock water and a fence investment. And I've yet to see any place that it came remotely close to what buying another acre of land in that same locale would have cost them. Kangaroo exclusion fence, we probably don't need to talk about that. Yeah, there's that book ad again. There's the contact information, and that concludes my prepared presentation of the day. And we are ready to go to our final Q&A round of the day. Okay, we got anything?
On mostly native range that's been rested through the growing season, how much would be safe to remove in dormant season grazing?
Okay, as a degree of utilization, is the plan next year to give it a full season rest again?
The pastures are going through a 3-step range rest rotation. They're grazed early one year, which would be from May 15th to
Okay.
End of July, and then a late the next year,
Okay,
and then the following year's rest.
okay, basically a Gus May 3 pasture rest rotation. Okay. For winter utilization in that system, you can probably go 50 to even 60% if you had an expectation of normal precipitation. If the expectation is continuation of the drought, I would hold it in the 40 to 50% range. Anything else?
Sorry. Okay, when you're winter grazing, I'm just having a hard time wrapping my mind around that. So when you start that winter grazing, you want to get yourself once in the summer, from what I understand, and then go back during the winter, and that's your saved up grass for winter grazing. Is that kind of how you're looking, how you stockpiling that grass?
I'm not sure I fully followed that. If I think what I think you said, if you graze a pasture early and you're in this 14, 15, 16-inch rainfall environment, what you grazed, I shouldn't say early, because that makes some people think the first pasture that they grazed. A lot of times the first couple pastures you graze actually aren't quite ready and they need longer recovery, so you might not be grazing them. But if your growing season, it's really kicked in June, I'd say pastures that get grazed in June, left with appropriate residual, those are the ones that have the potential to regrow to where you have some additional use on them in the dormant season. If that is the sequence, then the following year, that pasture is one that you're going to want to delay use on until the latter part of the growing season. So that would be the sequence. And that pasture would not have a second grazing that year. 3 years from now, you'd be back into that beginning sequence of a June graze and then a dormant season. Is that what you were asking? Was that an appropriate answer?
Yeah, it made sense, like how to prepare to get to that point, or what to do to get to the point where you have residual left to winter graze.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Ideally, if you have, multiple pastures, and, I have no idea what you're currently doing, but if we were to go with the idea that, okay, I'm going to put in enough pastures where I'm going to be moving every 2 weeks. If you are doing a, 1.5 grazes a year and your grazing period is 2 weeks, basically you will change with each pasture. Each year, there will be a 4-week difference between when it is grazed the first time in a year. And so if you have a 16-week growing season, it would be 4 years before you cycled back to grazing it in the same 2-week period. If you didn't follow it in my mind, you can map it out on a piece of paper and it'll make sense. If you're moving every week, it's 8 years before you graze in that same week period. And that really gives you a lot of variation in your initial time and then how much recovery it's going to have later in the season. That's how you increase diversity in the pasture. That's how you keep a wide variety of plants healthy. The idea of a perfect 12-month recovery that, you give everything 1 year's rest and you hit it at the same time each year, that is not near as good as, allowing a 13 or 14 months between the first grazing events occurring. Others?